Chapter 39, Player Killing. Just the other day, for the first time in many years, I got to eat something that's not soup or porridge. Yuan recalled to Yu Rou the wonderful food had eaten in the game. Even though ID spent all of my money on it, I do not regret it. And let me tell you, eating food in the game feels no different than eating in real life. You can taste every flavor and spice in the food. I don't know how they did it, but this kind of technology is simply otherworldly. Is that all you've been doing in the game? Eating food? Yu Rou chuckled at him. What about your cultivation? Isn't that the main focus of the game? How far have you progressed? I don't know how I am doing compared to the others, but I think I am progressing at a steady pace. Hearing his words, Yu Rou said, most of the top players around the world are just reaching the 9th level Spirit Apprentice realm. What level are you, brother? What? They're just reaching the 9th level. Why are they so slow? Does this make me a top player? Yuan pondered to himself. I am at the 4th level. Yuan said a moment later, purposefully leaving out the Spirit Warrior realm so he can surprise her later on. The 4th level only? Just how much have you been slacking, brother? At this rate, I will catch up to you even though I'm a week late to the game. Does one's cultivation really matter? It's not as though you cannot play the game without cultivating. Yuan said to her, unable to comprehend why everyone is trying so hard to improve their cultivation. And I feel like cultivating normally takes too much time, and it's too boring since you only sit there and breathe. For more, visit lig/tanav/lpub // While it's true that you do not need to cultivate to play the game, you're going to get bullied by other players and even NPCs if you're not strong in the game. The saying, only the strong survives, is deeply rooted in the game's world, and it's almost like nature itself there. So if you're not strong enough, you won't be able to survive, much less enjoy the game. There are even many players who are killing other players to loot their items, and player killing is getting more popular by the day. Yu Rou said to him, player killing? What a pain in the ass. Yuan shook his head inwardly. Now, he not only has to deal with psychopathic NPCs who will kill you if you even slightly bother them, but also other players? Why can't everyone just enjoy the game peacefully? Why must they dirty such a beautiful world with blood and corpses? It's the nature of the game, so there's nothing we can do about it. Even if you try to mind your own business and not cause trouble for others, other players will still cause trouble for you. And if it's not a player, ITLL be an NPC. That's why you should cultivate seriously if you wish to enjoy the game, brother. I don't want to see anyone bullying you. Hearing her concerned voice, Yuan spoke with a smile on his face. Don't worry, Yu Rou. I won't let anyone bully me, nor will I let anyone bully you in the game. If they cause even the slightest trouble for you, your brother here will cut them down without mercy. Yu Rou chuckled at his words and said, before you start cutting anyone, you should start improving your cultivation first. Then I shall raise my cultivation just for you, Yu Rou, Yuan said. Sometime later, after Yu Rou finished cleaning and feeding Yuan, she asked him, do you have anything else you want to say before I leave? Visit //lightnov/lpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Yeah, just one thing, Yuan said, and he took a deep breath before continuing, thank you and good night. Good night, brother. I can't wait to play with you in a few days, Yu Rou said to him before leaving the room. After Yu Rou left the room, Yuan went to sleep shortly later. Meanwhile, inside her own room, Yu Rou surfed the internet for the latest cultivation online news. Player Yuan makes the headlines again? He sure is popular, even having his own forums. Yu Rou clicked on the link without even thinking and began reading the forums that only had posts about Player Yuan. Player Yuan has become the first player to accumulate over 1 million gold coins in Cultivation Online, which is worth over $10 million at the current market rates. Player Yuan is currently the only player on the wealth leaderboards. Player Yuan becomes the first person to slay a demonic spider. Player Yuan managed to solo the dungeon demonic spider's silent cave, even achieving the first clear. This content is taken from li/gitnovelpub.com. Just who is this Player Yuan? Click here to find out. Top 10 theories on Player Yuan and his real identity. Another player claiming to be Player Yuan has appeared. There were over 100 topics on player Yuan on the forums, and it would take Yu Rou the entire night if she wanted to read through all of them. This player Yuan's reputation is growing by the day, to the point where there are already people impersonating him. The questions people have about his existence are almost countless. It would be interesting if I could somehow meet this player in the game. After spending an hour on the internet, Yu Rou entered her bed and went to sleep. Chapter 40 Contemp. Early in the morning, before the sun was even out, the alarm beside Yu Rou rang, waking her from her slumber. After waking up and tidying her bed, Yu Rou went to the bathroom to take a quick shower, wash her face, and brush her hair before going to the kitchen to cook breakfast. However, she was not feeding herself. Once breakfast was finished, Yu Rou carried the bowl of soup she had just cooked and some other things to a large room that was isolated at the end of the hall. "Brother, are you awake?" Yu Rou knocked on the door before going into the room. "I'm awake," Yuan spoke in a hoarse voice. "Let me brush your teeth." Yu Rou proceeded to lift Yuan into a sitting position before brushing his teeth and wiping his face with a warm towel. A few minutes later, she began feeding him the soup she had personally cooked. "How's the temperature?" she asked him. "Perfect. For more, visit Light Novel Pub." Yu Rou wore a smile on her face as she continued feeding him a spoon at a time. "Brother, my 4-day vacation from school starts in 3 days, so I will finally be able to play with you soon." Yu Rou said to him, "That's great. I want you to meet a friend I've made in the game. She reminds me of you a lot," Yuan said with a smile on her face. "She?" A slight frown appeared on Yu Rou's face when she learned that Yuan made a female friend. "Is she pretty?" She decided to ask him. "Yeah, she's very cute. I'm sure that you'll get along with her easily," Yuan said without hesitation. Yu Rou's eyebrows trembled at his words, and she said, "I highly doubt that, brother." "Why not? She's already like a second sister to me." "Second sister?" Yu Rou exclaimed in a surprised voice, and she quickly said, "I hope you are not getting fooled by her, brother. You're not very experienced with that kind of stuff, after all." This content is taken from lighten/ov/lpub/. Yu Rou was worried that Yuan might have been tricked by some sly fox with unkind intentions, as these kinds of people were a dime a dozen these days. "Listen here, brother. You may not know this, but there are many people out there who will willingly pretend to be your friend for their personal benefits. And once they have what they wanted from you, they will toss you aside like trash. Even though it's just a game, you must stay vigilant, especially with the females. They're the craftiest ones. Who knows what kind of trouble you'll get into with them." Yu Rou gave him a stern warning. "Ha! You are over-exaggerating." Yuan chuckled at her words, and he said, "Xiao Hua is not that kind of person. You'll understand it once you meet her." "Don't worry, brother. That will be the first thing I do once I can play the game." After chatting for a few more minutes, Yu Rou said, "Brother, it's time for me to go. I'll see you again later tonight. Have a safe day," Yuan said to her before entering the game. Once Yu Rou left Yuan's room, she went to eat breakfast that was prepared by someone else. "Young lady, for breakfast we have..." A middle-aged lady wearing maid clothes began explaining the food on the table for Yu Rou. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. After Yu Rou finished eating breakfast, the maid said to her, "The car is ready, young lady." Yu Rou gracefully wiped her lips with a napkin before nodding her head. Sometime later, Yu Rou was escorted outside by another maid. Why must the young lady waste her precious time on that cripple? I even heard that her performance in school was lower than usual. She must not be getting enough sleep because of that cripple." One of the maids sighed in a pained tone after Yu Rou was gone. "There's nothing we can do about it. The young lady insists on taking care of him by herself, even restricting us from going into his room without her permission," said another maid. "Why does she care so much for him? I doubt he is able to do anything for her with that useless body." I have only heard of this from the older servants, but apparently the young master used to have a healthy body. Does it really matter what happened in the past? The fact is that he's a cripple now and will continue to be one in the future. I simply cannot fathom the young lady's thoughts. She could easily gather countless men with her status and beauty, yet she'd rather spend her time with a bed-stricken cripple who might die at any moment. You should really watch your mouth. If the young lady hears such words, losing your job will be the least of your worries. Visit //li/tno/velpub. Com for the best novel reading experience. While the maids in the house talked behind Yuan's back, Yuan was having the time of his life, soaring beside the clouds in the sky on a flying sword. Woohoo! This is the best feeling ever. Yuan shouted from excitement as he flew over mountains and rivers, feeling as free as a bird. Be careful, brother Yuan. You'll fall if you lose control of your spiritual energy. Xiao warned him from behind. And unlike Yuan, who needed the assistance of the flying sword to fly, she was flying in the air with just her spiritual energy alone. I don't understand why anyone would walk if they could just ride these things. If I could fly, I'd be flying everywhere, even in the streets. Flying gets tiring if you do it for too long, and it consumes too much spiritual energy. Most people would rather save as much spiritual energy as they can in case they run into trouble. And because not many people have reached the Spirit Grandmaster level in this place, we will barely run into any cultivators who can fly. Xiao explained to him. I see. Anyway, how long before we reach our destination? Yuan asked her. We will arrive in a few hours. But we'll also take short breaks in between, because Brother Yuan cannot remain on the sword for long. Sound good? Yuan nodded. Chapter 41 Pang City. After flying for a little under an hour, Yuan was beginning to feel fatigue from using his spiritual energy constantly. How am I feeling tired already? I have over 100 million qi. Yuan was baffled by how quickly his qi depleted when he had over 100 million qi. Either flying requires a massive amount of qi to maintain, or the large number of qi does not justify his actual amount of qi. No wonder why cultivators rather walk than fly. He sighed inwardly. Hold on a little bit longer, Brother Yuan. Xiao suddenly said to him, There's a small city up ahead. We can rest there. A few minutes later, Yuan could see the city walls with buildings inside a few miles in the distance. Although it did not appear to be as big as Spirit City, it was still considerably spacious. You have discovered Pang City. Sometime later, Yuan and Xiao descended from the sky and landed near the city entrance, instantly attracting the attention of everyone there. An expert. It's an expert. I have never seen anyone fly without the assistance of a flying sword before. The source of this content is lightnov/lpub. The people there began mumbling to each other with awe, their gazes filled with respect. When the guards at the gates saw Yuan and Xiao, they immediately approached them and bowed to them. Welcome to Pang City, seniors. Seniors? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a baffled manner. Does he really look that old in the eyes of these guards? Listen here, I am only 18 years old. Don't address me as if I am an old man. That's disrespectful, Yuan said to them. The guard stared at Yuan with even larger eyes after hearing his words. What kind of prodigy could control a flying sword at such a young age? Calling him a genius would still be an understatement. Oh, our apologies, young master. The guards apologized when they snapped out of their daze. Brother Yuan, people care about your power above anything else in the cultivation world. Being called a senior means they acknowledge that your strength is above theirs, and it's not disrespectful at all. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. //c/om. Is that so? But it still feels weird to be addressed in such a manner. Yuan said, Anyway, what do you want with us? He asked the guard a moment later. If it's not too much to ask, we would like to know the young master and young lattice reason for visiting this place. The guards responded still with their heads lowered. We don't have any reason, really. We're only taking a break here before we resume our journey. Yuan said to them, If the young masters are looking for a place to rest, may we recommend the Lord's Manor, said one of the guards. The Lord's Manor? That sounds like a very expensive place, and we won't be staying here for long, so it's not necessary. Yuan quickly rejected their offer, as he was personally penniless. Don't worry about the expenses, young master. The Lord won't charge you even a single coin. The guards said to him, But I don't want to intrude on this person without any reason, Yuan said. In his eyes, it was simply too awkward for him to stay in someone's house without any good reason. not to mention a place as impressive sounding as the Lord's Manor. To tell you the truth, we are only following the Lord's orders, as he is currently in a troubled situation and is looking for experts for help. The guards suddenly revealed the real reason why they wanted him to go to the Lord's Manor. For more, visit lightnov/elpu/b/. Como? Yuan's eyes flickered with interest upon hearing the guard's words. Could this be a quest? Maybe the real reason they approached me is because I am a player. Yuan thought to himself. I guess it won't hurt to visit this person who might need our help. What do you think, Xiao? Yuan nodded a moment later. Xiao will follow Brother Yuan's decision. She quickly responded. Okay, then let's go to this Lord's Manor, Yuan said to the guards, who immediately wore very bright smiles on their faces. Thank you very much, young masters. The Lord will be filled with joy once he learns of this. Please wait a moment while I find an escort for the young masters. One of the guards quickly left the scene. A few minutes later, the guard returned with a very beautiful lady who did not have the appearance of an ordinary escort. Follow current novels on lightnov/elpa. Come, welcome to Pang City, esteemed guests. The lady greeted them with courtesy before introducing herself. I am Luo Ling, the eldest daughter of the Luo family that governs this humble city. Allow me to escort you back to my home. You can call me Yuan, and this is Xiao. Yuan gave her a quick introduction. Senior Yuan and Senior Xiao, right? You could drop the formality and just call me Yuan, he said to her, as it felt incredibly weird for a beautiful lady who only appeared to be in her mid-20s to call him senior. How does Taoist Yuan sound? I do not dare to address someone as powerful as you so casually, Luo Ling said to him. Powerful? You're giving me too much credit. I'm only at the spirit warrior level, Yuan said with a bashful smile. Despite that, you emit a very formidable aura, not to mention the young lady beside you. Luo Ling looked at Xiao with a nervous gaze. Although she cannot see Xiao's entire cultivation base, she was certain that Xiao was at least at the spirit grandmaster level, as many people here have witnessed her flying without the assistance of a flying sword, and she even emits the aura of a true expert. Taoist Yuan is fine, I guess. He nodded a moment later. For more, visit l/iten/ovelpu/b. Com Luo Ling proceeded to escort Yuan and Xiao into the city. Meanwhile, the people that had to wait in line to get inside the Pang City began mumbling to each other. Did you see that? I have never seen Lady Luo personally receive guests before. Of course I saw it. I am not blind, and those two were clearly experts. It'd only be obvious that they would be treated with the utmost respect. Hey, did you hear that young man just now? I think he called himself Yuan. Could he be the player Yuan that everyone and their mother has been talking about? Are you sure you heard right? He didn't give off the feeling of a player, much less an unfathomable individual, such as player Yuan. He's probably just an NPC with a similar name. Not probably. It would be amazing if he was the real player Yuan, though. The source of this content is lightnov/e/elpub. A group of players within the line chatted with each other while they waited for their turn to enter the city. Chapter 42, Luo Family. After entering the city, Yuan said to Luo Ling, the guards mentioned that the lord of this city is currently in a troubled situation. What's troubling him, and how can we help him? Well, it's like this, Taoist Yuan. A few days ago, some ignorant adventurer went into the mountains to hunt, and he accidentally killed the mountain lord's child. This greatly angered the mountain lord, who immediately blamed our city and swore to send an army of monsters to trample us very soon. Mountain lord? Is it a person or... Yuan raised his eyebrows. The mountain lord is a fearsome beast at the 5th level of the spirit warrior realm, and it is a guardian of sorts for the Pang Mountain that's right beside our Pang City. If it attacks our city, only my father, who's also at the 5th level of the spirit warrior realm, can fight it. But then he won't be able to protect the city against the other monsters, and we are currently lacking in manpower with around 50 guard, with most of them being at the spirit apprentice level. Luo Ling explained the situation to him. This is why we are looking for any help we can get. If Taoist Yuan is willing to lend us your power, it would definitely help us a lot, and we won't spare any effort into repaying you afterward. Luo Ling said to him with her head lowered. Since this city needs help, and the strongest threat is only at the 5th level of the Spirit Warrior realm, there's no reason why I would refuse to give you my assistance. Yuan nodded. Now that he is at the 4th level of the Spirit Warrior realm, he shouldn't have any problems fighting even 7th level Spirit Warriors, much less a Spirit Warrior at the 5th level. Thank you very much, Taoist Yuan. My father will definitely be ecstatic to hear this later. Luo Ling bowed to him again before they continued walking. Sometime later, they arrived at a massive building that was situated in the middle of the city. Welcome to my family's humble home, Luo Ling said to him when they were at the front gates. The source of this content is Li//novel/P/up. Yuan looked at the decorated building with wide eyes. How can such a place be described as humble? Welcome back, young lady. Welcome to the Lord's Manor, esteemed guests. The guard by the gate greeted them when they approached. Where's my father? She asked them. Lord Luo should be finishing up with the other guests right as we speak. Oh, esteemed guests, you are finally here. A middle-aged man wearing luxurious official clothes suddenly came running out of the building in the middle of the guard's sentence. Welcome to my humble home, esteemed guests. The guards have already briefed me about your presence. Thank you so much for taking the time to even listen to our request despite being so busy yourselves. Lord Luo extended his hands to Yuan for a handshake. Don't worry about it. We're not actually that busy, anyway. Yuan said as he accepted Lord Luo's handshake. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. Please, let us continue speaking inside. Lord Luo then led them into a large guest room and said to Luo Ling, bring us our finest tea, and bring the other two here while you're at it. Yes, father. Luo Ling nodded. Excuse me for a moment, Taoist Yuan, she said to him before leaving the room. Esteemed guests, once again, allow me to thank you for coming here. Lord Luo said to them a moment later. Just call me Taoist Yuan, and I have heard everything about your situation from Luo Ling. Yuan said to him, you need help defending the city, right? That's right, Taoist Yuan. As shameful as it may sound, being only a 5th level Spirit Warrior, I do not have what it takes to defend the city in this dire situation. We usually don't have to worry about the beasts within the Pang Mountain because of a peace treaty between the city and the Mountain Lord, but because of what happened with the Mountain Lord's child, the treaty was broken. We had even tried to bring the perpetrator directly to the Mountain Lord, hoping it at least spare the innocent people in the city, but alas, the Mountain Lord was too consumed in anger to even care. Lord Luo spoke in a sighing voice. Taoist Yuan, the city, and I will be eternally grateful even if you can help us take care of the weaker monsters, as it's the people in the city that I'm the most worried about, and I will handle the Mountain Lord by myself. You have received a quest. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub, // quest, Protecting Pang City. Difficulty, easy, quest description, defend the Pang City against the Mountain Lord's attack. Yuan nodded his head and said, okay, we'll help you defend the city. Thank you. Thank you very much, Taoist Yuan. Sometime later, Luo Ling returned to the room with a teapot and 2 cups along with 2 other individuals that appear to be around the same age as Yuan. Let me introduce you to my other children, Taoist Yuan. Lord Luo pointed at the handsome young man and said, this is my eldest son Luo Ming, who is 20 years old and at the 1st level Spirit Warrior. Hello, fellow Taoist. Luo Ming nodded at him. Lord Luo then moved to the beautiful young lady beside him and said, this is my youngest child, Luo Li, who is at the same age as Taoist Yuan and at the peak of the Spirit Apprentice level. New novel chapters are published on Lighten/Ovalpub.com. It's a pleasure to meet someone as talented and handsome as Taoist Yuan. She gave him a graceful bow with the colors on her cheeks slightly rosy. Handsome? Yuan raised his eyebrows. This is the first time anyone's ever praised him for being handsome. Now that I think about it, I don't know what my appearance looks like in this game. Yuan suddenly came to this realization as he never really cared about his own appearance. hence why he did not give it any thoughts until now. Chapter 43, Ulterior Motives. After his children introduced themselves, Lord Luo said to Yuan, "Taoist Yuan, you came to the Pang City to rest, right? I have already arranged 2 of our best rooms for you and the young lady. And from the information we've gathered, the Mountain Lord plans on attacking us either tomorrow or the day after, so you are free to do whatever you want until then. I will leave one of my children with you, just in case you need anything." Lord Luo then turned to look at his youngest daughter, Luo Li, with a sharp gaze. Luo Li immediately realized what her father was trying to tell her and stepped forward. "I will be taking care of all of your needs, Taoist Yuan. If there's anything you desire, don't hesitate to talk to me," she said to him. Assisting the guest's needs are usually the servant's job, but Lord Luo specifically assigned his own daughter to take care of Yuan simply because he hoped that some kind of romantic relationship could bud between them, as it would definitely benefit their family to have a talented individual like Yuan with them. "It'll be troubling you," Yuan calmly said, unable to take the obvious hint. "Luo Li, show the guests their rooms. I have to return to the other guests since I kind of left them hanging to come here," Lord Luo said to her. He then turned to look at Yuan and said, "I won't bother you any longer, Taoist Yuan. If you need anything at all, just let my daughter know and she'll take care of it. Although she may be young, I can proudly say that I've raised a very competent daughter." After Lord Luo and the others left the room, Luo Li said to Yuan, "Shall we head to your room now?" Yuan nodded and followed her to a large room somewhere down the hall. New novel chapters are published on lig/h/tnovelpub.com. This will be Taoist Yuan's room, and the one next to it will be the young lattice room. Luo Li said to them. "Xiao Hua will stay with Brother Yuan." Xiao Hua suddenly said to her, "That's okay too. The bed is large enough to fit 4 people, after all." Luo Li nodded. A few moments later, when they entered the room, Yuan was amazed by the spacious room that was decorated with Chinese antiques in almost every direction. "What do you think, Taoist Yuan? Is this room to your taste?" Luo Li asked him a moment later. He quickly nodded. "Then I will leave you alone for now. If you need anything, I will be standing outside." Luo Li said to him, You don't have to do that. It would actually have the opposite effect, and I won't be able to relax." Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. "Then what do you suggest, Taoist Yuan? My father told me to stay with you, after all. He won't like it if I left you alone. For more, visit Light Novel Pub." Yuan scratched his head before saying, "I guess you can stay here for now. I have a few questions about a few things, too. Then I shall stay in this room with Taoist Yuan." Luo Li nodded before walking to the door and standing there like a guardian of sorts. "You don't have to be so strict with yourself. Sit down and relax," Yuan said to her with a weird smile on his face, feeling kind of awkward with her seriousness. Sometime later, Yuan and Luo Li sat across each other on the couch. "Your father mentioned other guests. Are they also going to be helping with defending the city?" Yuan asked her. "Yes. Most of them are warriors who came from a very distant land, and they were all very eager to help us defend the city after we told them about our situation, and we cannot be more thankful to everyone for helping us, especially you, Taoist Yuan," Luo Li said with a beautiful smile on her face. "A distant land? Could they be players like myself?" Yuan thought to himself. "I see. Then can you tell me more about this place?" he asked a moment later. "Our Pang City? We're just an ordinary city with a few thousand citizens. Compared to Taoist Yuan's background, we're not even worth mentioning." Luo Li replied with an embarrassed smile. "For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. My background?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. Luo Li nodded and said, "Despite being the same age as me, Taoist Yuan is already at the 4th level spirit warrior. I have never met anyone as talented as you before. Surely, you must come from a powerful sect or a renowned family." However, Yuan quickly shook his head and said, "I'm neither from a powerful sect or a renowned family." Really? Then where did Taoist Yuan come from? And who taught you how to cultivate?" Luo Li looked at him with wide eyes, as she cannot imagine someone as talented as Yuan coming from nowhere. "Well, I'm also from a distant land that is not well known in this place. As for who taught me cultivation, Yuan turned to look at Xiao, who was casually sitting beside him with a calm expression. This young lady taught you cultivation. Luo Li stared at her with a dazed expression. However, Xiao shook her head and said, Xiao did not really do anything. It was Brother Yuan who learned everything by himself. That's not true, Xiao. If not for you, I would not have become a cultivator so soon. And you were the one who gave me the cultivation technique and taught me what it means to be a cultivator. Xiao merely gave Brother Yuan the chance to learn the cultivation technique. It was mostly due to Brother Yuan's own effort and talent that he managed to learn it. Visit li/Tnov/Ulpub/com for a better experience. Luo Li was speechless. Hearing their conversation, it sounded as if Yuan had only become a cultivator very recently. When did Taoist Yuan start cultivating? She decided to ask him out of curiosity. About a week ago, Yuan said after pondering for a bit. Luo Li stared at him with wide eyes that were filled with disbelief. It'd taken him only a week to reach the 4th level spirit warrior realm from the beginning. What kind of cultivation monster is he? Chapter 44 Appearance. Don't think too much about it. You'll only give yourself a headache, Xiao suddenly said to Luo Li, almost as though she could read her mind. Brother Yuan is a prodigy that appears once every few generations. You won't understand his talent with ordinary logic. Is that so? Luo Li decided to take Xiao's advice and stopped thinking about it. Sometime later, Yuan said, By the way, I would like to take a look around this city, if you don't mind. Of course not. Let me speak with my father first. Then I will guide you around the city. Luo Li quickly said. Yuan nodded, and Luo Li left the room shortly later. Once Luo Li was gone, Yuan looked around the room with curiosity, as this is his first time being inside such a unique room, and that is when he noticed the tall mirror sitting at the corner of the room. Oh, a mirror? Yuan immediately stood up and walked to the mirror with his heart filled with anticipation and nervousness. What does he look like in this world? Is he really as handsome as Luo Li described him? This is me. Yuan stood before the mirror that was slightly taller than his head with a dazed face. He had short but silky black hair on his oval-shaped head, clear brown eyes that were bright as crystals, long eyelashes that would make even females jealous, sharp but neat eyebrows, and a small nose. Overall, his face was very symmetrical and pleasant-looking. Visit l/i/Tnov//Ulpub.com for a better experience. The last time Head seen his own face was when he was 7 years old, before he lost his ability to see and became blind. If I recall correctly, Yu Rou once mentioned that one's appearance in the game will closely resemble their appearance in the real world, hence why I entered this game with an avatar already created for me. However, I do not know what I look like in the real world, and it has been over 10 years since I last saw my own face, so I cannot confirm whether this face really resembles my real appearance or not. Furthermore, because he does not know the standard regarding one's appearance, he cannot really tell whether he's really handsome or not. Therefore, he decided to ask someone else for their opinion. Xiao, I have a question for you. Yuan suddenly said to her. What is it, Brother Yuan? He then pointed at his own face and asked with a serious expression, without being biased, what do you think of my appearance? Would you say that I am handsome? Or am I ugly? Xiao looked at him with wide eyes, seemingly speechless by his sudden question. For more, visit li/GHD/novelpub. A few moments later, she spoke in a bashful voice and with slightly rosy cheeks. Xiao thinks Brother Yuan is very handsome. Really? Are you sure that you're not just complimenting me because you don't want to hurt my feelings? It's okay to tell the truth, Xiao. Yuan said to her, as he had a feeling that her judgment might be somewhat inaccurate because of their relationship. Xiao is telling the truth. Brother Yuan is very handsome. Xiao said again, but her face was flushed with redness this time. Okay, I will trust your judgment. Yuan nodded. Xiao was speechless. Why would he even want this kind of feedback? Did he not look in a mirror just now? Anyone with a working brain would agree that Yuan was handsome. Or did he just want to tease her? Why are you asking about your appearance, Brother Yuan? Is it because of that Luo girl? She decided to ask him. However, Yuan quickly shook his head and said, No, I was just wondering because I have never really cared for my own appearance. Don't worry, Brother Yuan. In a cultivation world, one's appearance isn't that important. As long as you are talented and powerful, unless you have the world's ugliest face, you'll be able to attract girls. And since Brother Yuan is both talented and handsome, you will, without doubt, have beauties fighting for you in every direction in the future. Thinking that Yuan was worried about his appearance, Xiao decided to cheer him up. Follow current novels on Li/GetNovelPub/. Ha! My appearance is the least of my worries, Xiao. Yuan laughed in a bitter voice. A few minutes later, Luo Li returned to the room. However, she looked a little bit different than before she left, almost as though she came back even prettier. It was obvious that besides speaking with her father, Luo Li had spent some time improving her own appearance with light makeup. Of course, as someone who doesn't pay much attention to appearances, Yuan was completely oblivious of this fact. Taoist Yuan, I have let my father know about your wishes to look around the city. We can leave whenever you want, she said to him. Okay, then let's leave now, Yuan said. Sometime later, they left the Lord's manor. What do you wish to visit first, Taoist Yuan? She asked him once they were outside. Yuan shrugged and said, I don't know what's in this city, so I'll let you choose where to visit. The most up-to-date novels are published on Li/GHDN/Ovalpub/C/OM. However, as this is her first time giving a tour to someone, Luo Li was also unsure of where to go. Therefore, she decided to just walk around the city until they come across something that would pique Yuan's interest. That fruit stall over there is managed by Madame Ming, and it always has the freshest fruits in the city. That's Mr. Wang's treasure, the only weapon shop in our city. This is the residences area where most of the citizens live. That building over there is Li's clinic. Luo Li gave a brief explanation for most of the shops and buildings they passed, and Yuan would listen to her with a bright face, looking as though he was in an amusement park. However, he would show the most interest when Luo Li talked about the buildings that were related to food, and upon noticing this, Luo Li asked him, Would you like to experience some of Pang City's finest cuisines? Really? Yuan immediately became excited. But when he remembered that his wallet was near empty, he asked her, I only have 10 gold coins on me. Will that be enough? Finding his question quite silly, Luo Li couldn't help but laugh slightly. With 10 gold coins, you can eat everything on every single menu in this city and still have plenty of money left. New novel chapters are published on lightnov/Pub//com. What? The food here is that cheap? My last meal was atrociously expensive in comparison. Yuan was shocked to learn that the food in this place was so cheap, especially when had spent 500 gold coins on his previous meal. Brother Yuan, that's because you were stuffing your face with expensive spiritual meat. Normal food will only cost a few silver coins at most. Xiao said to him, Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go eat until our stomachs are round. Yuan quickly said. Chapter 45 Bounty. Sometime later, Luo Li brought Yuan to one of their largest and most famous restaurants, 100-style pork shop. Yuan looked at the sign above the door with a slightly wet mouth. As the name implies, this restaurant specializes in pork. Of course, there are other foods on the menu, but they are most famous for their pork. Luo Li said to them before they walked inside, Welcome to the 100-style pork shop, Lady Luo. The receptionist immediately recognized and greeted Luo Li. Table for 3, she said. Understand. Please come with me. The receptionist then led them to the largest table in the room that could easily fit even a large family. Hey, erase the menu. Young lady. Thank you. By the way, you can send the bill to my family. Luo Li then said to the receptionist. Are you sure? Yuan asked her when he heard her words. For more, visit lightnovelpub//com. Yes. Although it's not much, please allow my family to treat Taoist Yuan to this meal. If my father was here, he would have also said the same. After all, Taoist Yuan is still our esteemed guest. If we cannot even do something as simple as feeding you, then it would bring shame upon the entire Luo family. Luo said, "You're exaggerating," Yuan said with an awkward smile, as he was not used to this royalty-like treatment. "Anyway, please order whatever you want, Taoist Yuan. My family will bear all of your bills today." Seeing the stubbornly beautiful smile on Luo Li's face, Yuan could only nod his head and accept her offer. A few moments later, Yuan began ordering from the menu. "They'll have this braised pork, this seasoned pork, this pulled pork, this, and this." Both the receptionist and Luo Li stared at Yuan with wide eyes as he continued to name dishes after dishes until he named almost every dish that was available on the menu. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua casually sat there with a calm expression, looking as though she was used to seeing this scene. New novel chapters are published on lightnov/ulpub/com. Very well. It'll immediately notify the cooks. The receptionist quickly left their table a few minutes later with her hands feeling slightly numb from writing essentially the entire menu. Taoist Yuan must have been starving from his journey. Luo Li said to him with a stiff smile on her face, while silently wondering to herself whether Yuan really had the ability to eat so much food. "Yes, I'm quite exhausted after riding the flying sword for so long." Yuan nodded. "If you don't mind me asking, where does Taoist Yuan plan on heading to after the Pang City?" She suddenly asked him. "Oh, we are heading to the purple bamboo forest for training," he said with a calm expression. The purple bamboo forest. Luo Li covered her mouth in shock after hearing his words. What's the matter?" Yuan was surprised by her reaction. The purple bamboo forest is renowned for nurturing powerful beasts above the spirit warrior realm. It's a dangerous place where beasts as powerful as the mountain lord are abundant, and only the strongest warriors would dare to train such a place. Luo Li looked at Yuan with awe in her eyes. To think Taoist Yuan would go to such a dangerous place just for training. "You're truly on another level compared to me, who cannot even go to the Pang Mountain without supervision. I am now feeling ashamed to even share the same table as you. It may be a dangerous place, but how else am I going to grow stronger?" Yuan laughed. This content is taken from light/novel/pub.com. Indeed, while it may be dangerous, the cultivation world is already filled with danger, and only those who are willing to risk their lives for improvements like Taoist Yuan can truly reach the peak. "I really admire Taoist Yuan for that," Luo Li said to him with an adoring gaze. Sometime later, the receptionist and a few servers returned to their table with dishes in both their hands. "We will continue bringing the dishes as they are being cooked. Do you need another table to hold the dishes?" The servers asked them. "No, it's fine. Brother Yuan will finish the dishes before you can even bring out new plates," Xiao Hua said to them. Sometime later, once the table was filled with dishes, Yuan quickly began stuffing his face with food. "Oh man, this food is really amazing. The meat is so flavorful and filled with juices. Every bite I take fills my mouth with bliss." Luo Li watched as Yuan constantly shoved food into his mouth without stopping with a dazed face, silently wondering to herself, Taoist Yuan is truly unfathomable. How can so much food fit into that body? A few moments later, Luo Li also began eating the food, but unlike Yuan, she ate as slow and as gracefully as possible, as she was afraid of ruining her makeup. Visit leaf//get-novel-pub.com for a better experience, and just like Xiao Hua had predicted, Yuan managed to finish the dishes on the table before the next round of plates were brought to them, which greatly shocked the servers there. "Hey, did you hear? They increased their offer for player Yuan again." Suddenly, as he was chewing his food, Yuan heard the people sitting behind them mention his name, causing him to slow down. "I saw it. It's up to $50 million, right? They are even awarding anyone who can identify player Yuan with 5 million. 5 million. I will be set for life with that amount of money. It will only be a matter of time before one of his friends or even family members reveal his real identity to the world for the money. I can't believe people are willing to pay that much money for a cheater like player Yuan. You will never understand the rich." Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. There are even some people who want to see player Yuan being PKD. I think the bounty is around 10 million right now. Ha! Reward or not, if I ever see this player Yuan, I'm definitely going to play or kill him. Yuan slowly turned around to look at the group of people chatting loudly behind him with a dumbfounded expression, his round cheeks still filled with food. Surely, they must be talking about someone else with the same name as him, right? After all, he does not recall doing anything that would make other players hate him to the point of putting a bounty on his head. Hell, he hasn't even encountered any other players until now. Chapter 46, Learning about the Situation. What's the matter, Brother Yuan? Are you full already? Xiao asked him after noticing that Head stopped eating the food. No, not yet. Yuan quickly returned to stuffing food into his mouth, but his ears remained perked and focused on the group of players behind him, as he was curious about this player Yuan they were mentioning. Surely, they must be talking about someone else who has the same name as him, right? After all, it's not uncommon for people to have the same name in games nowadays, as they have removed the unrepeatable names limit from most games these days, allowing players to have whatever name they want without the frustration of changing names because someone had already picked the name before them. Though, this player Yuan sure is quite the mystery. Anyone with a working brain would not hide their existence when there's so much fame to their name. If he continues to hide his identity, people will eventually forget about him, wasting this massive opportunity to become famous. Do you think player Yuan is actually someone within the legacy? That's not possible. Everyone in the legacy has already announced their identity in the game to the world, and we know that it's not possible for one person to have two different characters in this game, even if they buy two consoles. It doesn't matter who this player Yuan is. As long as there's a bounty for his head, everyone will be aiming to PK him. Good heavens, what on earth did this player Yuan do to make the players so angry? Yuan silently pondered to himself as he listened to the players talk. A few minutes later, when Yuan could no longer contain his curiosity, he turned around and spoke to the players. Excuse me, can you tell me more about this player Yuan? What do you do to make the others want to play or kill him? Hearing his question, the players looked at him with a weird expression. You don't know about player Yuan? Have you not been on the internet lately? Even people who don't play the game know about him. One of them said to them, the source of this content is l/i/novelpub/com. Unfortunately, I haven't. Yuan said with a bitter smile. Well, player Yuan is a mysterious player who has been dominating the game with an impossibly fast progression recently, and there are even accusations of him being a cheater. A cheater? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. How does one even cheat in this game? Is that why people want to PK him? Because he's cheating? He then asked. That's only one of many reasons why people want him dead. Well, the biggest reason is that they envy this player Yuan, who is akin to a godlike existence in this game at this current moment. Godlike existence. Yuan expressed awe. Of course, he not only has a divine-grade technique, but also a divine-grade servant. And it hasn't even been that long since the game launched. It's no wonder people are calling him a cheater. How else can you progress that fast? Yuan's eyes widened with shock after hearing such words. A divine-grade technique and a divine-grade servant? He slowly turned to look at Xiao and swallowed nervously. Surely it must only be some kind of coincidence. Updated from li/novelpub/com. When the players saw Yuan's bewildered reaction, they all laughed loudly. Ha ha! We know exactly how you feel, young man. We also felt the same when we first heard it. However, this player Yuan is not only powerful, but he's also incredibly rich, as had obtained over 1 million gold coins not long ago, becoming the first person to enter the wealth leaderboards. And he even soloed this dungeon recently. Yuan began sweating profusely at their words. Heavens, they're really talking about me. He cried inwardly after this realization. I see. Yuan tried his best to remain calm and said to them, Thank you for this information. I will now also keep my eyes out for this player Yuan. Good luck, buddy. We'll also try our best to find and kill this player Yuan. But because almost every player is currently looking for him, It won't be that easy." The players said to him with bright smiles all over their faces, and they left the restaurant shortly later. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. Yuan quickly turned around and continued eating with his back soaked in cold sweat. "What the hell? I am definitely not a cheater. How dare people accuse me of cheating when they don't even know anything?" It was at this moment that Yuan swore to keep his identity a secret from the other players, as it would be disastrous if people knew of his real identity. And even if he was powerful enough to defeat other players, he did not want to fight every player that crosses paths with him in the future. Why have things become so complicated now? Why must I be hunted by every player in the world because I got a little bit lucky? I only want to enjoy this game like everyone else. Yuan sighed inwardly. However, this situation is something he cannot control, and he could only hope that people will soon forget about him. Meanwhile, Xiao and Luo Li silently stared at Yuan with a contemplating expression, almost as though they were unable to comprehend Yuan's conversation with the other players just now. However, they quickly gave up a few seconds later and continued eating as though it wasn't their concern. An hour later, Yuan rubbed his round stomach with a satisfied expression. "Ah, that was amazing," Luo Li chuckled and said to him, "What's even more amazing is Daoist Yuan's stomach. I did not think you would really eat everything, and I apologize for doubting your ability. Young lady, the bill will be 6 gold coins." The server said to her afterward. "Visit l/itnovelp//ub/com for the best novel reading experience. I will have someone bring the money over later," she nodded. A few minutes later, all of the servers and even the cooks in the restaurant came outside to bow to them. "We thank young lady and her friends for their patronage." They said to them. "What should we do now, Daoist Yuan?" Luo Li asked him after they left the restaurant. "Let's return to the Lord's Manor. I'm too full to do anything right now." Yuan said to her. "Very well." She nodded. Chapter 47 Cultivation Technique Improvements. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, Yuan went straight to his room with Xiao, while Luo Li went to brief her father about their little tour and restaurant bill. "What should we do now, Xiao? We have plenty of time until the Mountain Lord attacks, but I don't want to just sit around and do nothing." Yuan said to her. "Most people would cultivate during their free time, as every minute matters," she said to him. But I find cultivating normally very boring. I'm just sitting there and breathing after all, and it'll take forever for me to reach the next level if I were to cultivate normally." Yuan sighed. Now that he needs millions upon millions of qi to reach the next level, it would take him many days, even weeks, to break through a single level when his cultivation technique only absorbs 5 qi per second. Cultivation, in general, takes a very long time, Xiao said to him. "Once Brother Yuan reaches the higher realms, it might take you decades of cultivation time to improve a single level. But since Brother Yuan doesn't want to cultivate normally, why don't Xiao read her book for you?" Xiao then suggested. "Oh, that book?" Yuan nodded. Now that he's improved his cultivation, perhaps he might learn something new this time. A few moments later, Xiao retrieved her book and began reading it. Yuan closed his eyes and focused on Xiao's gentle and innocent voice. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Many minutes later, Luo Li returned to the room, but when she saw that Yuan had entered cultivation, she decided to remain outside until he was done, as it was very offensive to interrupt someone while they were cultivating, and it might even lead to internal injuries that are very difficult to heal. A few hours later, Yuan opened his eyes, feeling as though new knowledge was gushing into his head. "Your comprehension for Heaven's secret art has greatly increased. Heaven-consuming technique mastery level 1, 2. Heaven-consuming technique. Rank, divine. Mastery level 2. Description, absorbs 500 qi every second. Can only be activated during cultivation in the lotus position. Heaven Splitting Sword Strike Mastery level 1, 2. Visit Light Novel Pub. Com for a better experience. Heaven Splitting Sword Strike. Rank, divine. Mastery level 2. Description, consumes 10 million qi. Must wield a sword to activate. creates a pillar of sword light that will destroy everything that dares to block its path. 500 chi per second. That's 100 times faster than before. And I need 10 million chi to activate Heaven's Splitting Sword Strike now. That's 1,000 times more than before. Yuan was shocked by the massive improvements to his cultivation technique. I guess it only makes sense that you would absorb and use more chi the higher your level, he thought to himself. Seeing the formidable aura around Yuan, Xiao could easily tell that Head once again improved as a cultivator. Just what his brother Yuan's limit. Does he even have a limit to his talent? Xiao pondered to herself. Every cultivator under heaven is either born with or without talent, and for those born with talents, regardless of how much, there's always a limitation to their talents as set by the mighty heavens. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub, // There exist people who do not have a limit to their talents, but those people are Xiao. My understanding of the cultivation technique has improved slightly, Yuan suddenly said to her. I can now absorb more qi with the cultivation technique. Xiao quickly tossed her thoughts to the side and said, Brother Yuan is always improving, so Xiao is not surprised. Meanwhile, when Luo heard the two of them talking, she knocked on the door and said, Are you finished with cultivation, Taoist Yuan? Don't tell me you have been standing outside this entire time? Yuan quickly went to open the door for her. I do not want to bother Taoist Yuan, after all. She nodded. Anyway, I have some news for Taoist Yuan. We have new information on the Mountain Lord, and it might begin the invasion as early as tomorrow morning. I understand. He nodded. One more thing. My father would like to invite you for dinner later, but it's okay to refuse because we know that you might still be full from the restaurant earlier today. This content is taken from Light Novel /UB. Calm dinner? That sounds great. Yuan immediately accepted their invitation regardless of how full his stomach was, as he would never turn down a meal as long as it wasn't only soup. That's great. I will let my father know, Luo said before disappearing again. After Luo left, Yuan said to Xiao, I'm also going to leave for a bit. If she returns before I do, just let her know. Xiao nodded and watched as Yuan disappeared into thin air right before her eyes. Silence filled the room after Yuan logged off, and Xiao pondered with curiosity. How does Brother Yuan disappear and appear as he pleases like that? He shouldn't know any teleporting techniques. And where does he go? However, after pondering for a few seconds, almost as though something inside her head had flipped, Xiao immediately lost all interest in Yuan's sudden disappearance and treated it as though it was only normal. Meanwhile, after logging off the game, Yuan patiently waited for Yu Rou until she entered the room and began doing her daily routine. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. Yu Rou, I'm currently doing an important quest, and even though it might not happen until tomorrow morning, they'll be staying in the game for the night, just in case, Yuan said to her. Oh, so you're finally playing the game seriously, brother? Okay, they'll let you play. But you really shouldn't do this too often. I don't want her health to weaken because of it. You worry too much, Yu Rou. I have never felt better ever since I started playing the game. And there are even times when I feel as though my body is filled with energy. Of course, the only thing limiting me is my pathetic condition. Sometime later, after being cleaned and fed by Yu Rou, Yuan returned to the game. Chapter 48 in-game, even. A few minutes after Yuan returned to the game, Luo knocked on the door. Taoist Yuan, dinner is ready, she said to him. I'm coming, Yuan said before coming out of the room with Xiao. Luo then led the two of them into a large room with a long table in the middle where the rest of her family was waiting. Thank you for accepting our invitation, Taoist Yuan, Lord Luo said to him after seeing him. No, I should be thanking you for inviting me. Please have a seat. Lord Luo gestured to the two empty seats beside him, and two servants pulled out the chair for them. Thank you. After taking a seat, Lord Luo clapped his hands. A few seconds later, the servants began carrying dishes after dishes into the room. I have heard about your impressive appetite to eat an entire menu and made sure to have enough food so that you don't have to worry about holding back. Lord Luo said to him with a bright smile as the table was being filled to the brim with food. For more, visit Light Novel Pub. They began eating shortly afterward. The Luo family watched with wide eyes as Yuan consumed the food on the table as though he was a food monster. Even Luo Li, who had seen him eat before, couldn't help but stare at Yuan with wide eyes. How can he still eat like that when had already consumed so much not too long ago? Where does the food go after entering his stomach? It's almost as though there's a black hole inside his stomach which could consume even the entire world. Meanwhile, Lord Luo was beginning to worry about what might happen to their family's finances if they had to feed Yuan like this every day. A little over an hour later, after they finished eating and the servants carried away the empty dishes, Lord Luo looked at Yuan and said to him, "Taoist Yuan, now that dinner is finished, why don't we have a little conversation? My family would like to ask you some questions." The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. Since you have satisfied my stomach, I don't mind answering a few questions. What would you like to know? Yuan said. Do you have any hobbies? Luo Li was the first to ask him. It may sound simple, but I enjoy doing anything that requires me to exert myself. Whether it be hunting monsters or simply walking around town, I enjoy it all. I think it's wonderful, Luo Li said with an alluring smile. I will ask the next question, said Luo Ming. Since you mentioned hunting monsters, what's the strongest beast you've defeated so far? The strongest beast, huh? I defeated a demonic spider that was at the 4th level spirit warrior realm not long before arriving at this place. Yuan said in a calm voice. A demonic spider? Luo Ming exclaimed in a shocked voice. Why, you are stronger than I expected, Taoist Yuan. Even the elders at my sect would have trouble fighting a demonic spider. The other people in the room had similar expressions as Luo Ming after learning that Yuan had defeated a demonic spider. If only they knew that had obliterated it with a single strike. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. A few moments later, Luo Ling asked him, "You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, Taoist Yuan, but do you have a Tao companion?" The room instantly turned silent with everyone's gaze staring intensely at Yuan, especially Luo Li, whose heart was beating loudly. Tao companion? Yuan lifted his eyebrows at this unfamiliar term. I'm sorry, but what is a Tao companion? Albeit a little bit surprised by his question, Luo Ling responded with a smile on her face. A Tao companion is someone you walk the cultivation path with for the rest of your life. A spouse, so to speak. Like a wife? Then no, I do not have someone like that. I am way too young to be thinking about something like that. Yuan shook his head. What are you talking about, Taoist Yuan? You are already eligible for marriage at the age of 16. Then what about a girlfriend? Surely, someone as talented and handsome as you should have one or two already, right? Luo Ling continued to ask him with a brave expression on her face. No, I also don't have someone like that, he said with a bitter smile on his face. I am in no position to have someone like that in my life, as I do not want them to waste their time on someone in my condition, and am sure that nobody would be willing to accept me if they knew about my real identity. Yuan sighed inwardly. Updated from Lighten/Oval Pub. Even if someone in the real world would be willing to take care of him, Yuan wasn't sure that he'd be able to endure the guilt, as his heart is already filled to the brim with guilt for making Yu Rou take care of him. I see. I'm sorry if my questions made you feel awkward, Taoist Yuan. Luo Ling apologized to him afterward. She then turned to look at Luo Li and winked at her. Seeing this, Luo Li blushed. Anyway, just as Lord Luo opened his mouth to speak, the door slammed open before a guard came rushing into the room. Who dares? Do you have no manners? Lord Luo shouted at the guard who came into the room. However, the guard ignored his anger and quickly said, Please excuse my sudden entrance, Lord Luo. This is an emergency. There are thousands of bees from the Pang Mountain rushing here as we speak. What? Lord Luo immediately stood up with a surprised face. The Mountain Lord is already attacking us. I was told they wouldn't attack until tomorrow morning. This is too sudden. Whatever. I will deal with whoever gave us the intel after we settle this situation. New novel chapters are published on Li/Tnovelpub. Calm Lord Luo then turned to look at Yuan and said, I deeply apologize for this, especially when you just filled your stomach. But it appears the Mountain Lord has already begun its revenge. Yuan shook his head and said, This just means I have more energy to fight with. Gather all of the guards and prepare to defend the city. Lord Luo then ordered the guard. Once the guard disappeared, Lord Luo said to his children, I want the three of you to follow Taoist Yuan and defend the city with him. I'm going to deal with the Mountain Lord. Yes, father. They nodded. A few moments later, Lord Luo also rushed outside. Please take care of us, Taoist Yuan. The Luo family bowed to Yuan afterward. Sometime later, a notification appeared above Pang City. Follow current novels on li/tnov/lpub/com. Event Mountain Lord's invasion has begun. Slay the monsters attacking Pang City to receive points. The player with the highest points at the end will receive a special reward. An in-game event? Yuan looked at the notification in the sky with his interest peaked. Chapter 49, Domineering Presence. After seeing the notification on the sky and not wanting to let the others get ahead of him in points, Yuan quickly said to the others, Let's go. Yuan and the Luo family proceeded to run outside the city gates, where hundreds of people were already gathered. There were around 100 people wearing similar-looking armors, whilst the rest of the people there were wearing common and unmatching gear. It was obvious who the players were and who were the NPCs at a glance. There are so many players here. Yuan was slightly surprised, even feeling a little nervous, worried that he might reveal his identity once he starts fighting. Xiao, he suddenly called for her, and he asked her, Do you have any equipment that covers the face? Something like a mask. Not even questioning why he needed it, Xiao nodded before rummaging her storage pouch. Here you go, Brother Yuan. Xiao handed him an elegant-looking black face mask that could cover his entire face. Thank you, Xiao. I will return it to you later, he said as he accepted the mask. Black Jade Mask. Grade. Spirit. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Calm quality. Peak. Mental strength required. 500. Description. A profound mask that increases your mental defense by 5,000. Just like the sword, Brother Yuan can keep it. Xiao said to him afterward. Yuan nodded, and immediately after wearing the mask, he could feel his mind easing and feeling more tranquil. The Luo family wondered why Yuan felt the need to hide his face, but they didn't have time to ask him as someone there suddenly shouted with excitement. The monsters are here. Once the people there heard that, they all retrieved their weapons and prepared to fight. Very soon, hundreds of monsters between the 3rd level and 7th level Spirit Apprentice could be seen rushing towards the city walls. Defend the city. Visit Light Novel Pub. Come for the best novel reading experience, the guards roared loudly, causing the atmosphere to instantly change, and the place there quickly became a battlefield with both the NPCs and the players engaged in fights with the monsters. Yuan and the Luo family also began attacking the monsters. +2 points, +3 points, +1 point. After Yuan swiftly beheaded 3 monsters with only normal sword techniques, he rushed to the front lines where there were barely any people but filled with monsters and began slaying even more monsters with ease, each with a single sword strike. The monsters that were slain by Yuan did not even have a chance to scream before becoming a corpse. And when the Luo family saw how effortlessly he was slaying these monsters, their eyes widened with admiration and awe. Granted, Yuan was a spirit warrior fighting monsters way below his level, but the way he so effortlessly executed the monsters was nothing short of perfection, and it was almost like a walk in the park for him. However, it was not just the Luo family that were surprised by Yuan's prowess, as the other players have also taken notice of his domineering presence on the battlefield. Follow current novels on lightnov/lpub/com. Who the hell is that single-man army? He's killing the monsters as though they are defenseless chickens. He's probably some expert NPC assisting with the situation. Forget about him. Look at the little girl next to him. She's killing the monsters with her bare hands. And she's even making it look so effortless. The people there watched as Xiao slapped every monster that dared to attack her with a single slap to the face, shocking everybody there greatly. +1 point, +2 points, +2 points, +1 point, +3 points. The source of this content is ////GHDN/ovalpub. Points continuously flowed for Yuan, even when Xiao killed the monsters, racking up over 200 points within mere minutes. Meanwhile, the other players were having trouble dealing with just a single monster, and most of them had less than 10 points even after many minutes. How many monsters are there? Yuan cried inwardly after slaying over 500 monsters, but was still surrounded by them. He also wanted to use Heaven's Splitting Sword Strike to clear the mobs faster, but he did not want to destroy the place in the process, as the Pang City was right behind him. So he could only give up on such thoughts and defeat the monsters without any flashy attacks. Taoist Yuan, the beasts coming here are growing stronger. The Mountain Lord should be near. Luo Ling suddenly said to him. The Mountain Lord? If we kill it, won't its subordinates stop attacking the city? Yes, and our father should be fighting the Mountain Lord right now. Yuan nodded. Then let's continue defending the city until he defeats the Mountain Lord. Bloody Sword Strike. For more, visit live/novel//pub. The sword in Yuan's hand flickered, and 3 more monsters were slain in a single strike. Your comprehension with Bloody Sword Strike has reached a new level. Bloody Sword Strike Mastery Level 2, 3. Bloody Sword Strike. Rank, Earth. Mastery Level 3. Description, consumes 900,000 Qi. Must wield a sword to activate. A technique from the Blood Sect. After killing a few more 100 monsters with the sword, Yuan's comprehension improved again. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. Your mastery with the sword has improved significantly. You have learned Novice Sword Mastery. Novice Sword Mastery. Description. Slightly improves your control with the sword by 15% and increases all damage dealt with swords by 10%. Your enemies will feel more pain from your sword attacks as your damage increases. Requires no activation. Many minutes of fighting later, as both players and NPCs were beginning to run out of energy, someone wearing Pang City's armor approached the Luo family and shouted at them in a panicked voice. Young ladies. Young master. It's about your father, Lord Luo. He's currently in a critical condition after fighting with the Mountain Lord. What happened to our father? And what about the Mountain Lord? Luo Ming quickly shouted back. After taking a deep breath, the guard continued. Lord Luo. He lost the fight against the Mountain Lord. However, he barely managed to escape with his life and is currently being treated by the doctors. And while his life is not in danger, he cannot continue fighting. How could this be? Luo Li covered her mouth in shock, feeling lightheaded after hearing such news. Does this mean the Mountain Lord is still going on a rampage? If we don't defeat it soon, the monsters will eventually overwhelm the people here and destroy the city. Luo Ming said with a frown. New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com. We will have to worry about our father later. Right now, we must defeat the Mountain Lord. Luo Ling then turned to look at Yuan, who was still slaying monsters not far away from them. She then ran to him and said, Taoist Yuan, we've just received news that our father lost to the Mountain Lord. What? Is your father okay? Yuan said in a surprised tone. She nodded and said, his life is not in danger, but he won't be able to fight the Mountain Lord anymore, and you are the only one here that's strong enough to fight it. Please, help us defeat the Mountain Lord. I will do anything to repay you afterward. Yuan did not even need to think before nodding his head. Okay, I will fight the Mountain Lord. Chapter 50 Heavenly Domain. Lead us to the Mountain Lord. Luo Ling said to the guard. However, before they leave, Yuan said to Xiao. I alone should be enough to handle the Mountain Lord. Can you stay behind to make sure the people here aren't overwhelmed by the monsters? You can come to me afterward. The people there were already looking exhausted, and he cannot imagine what might happen to the defense here if he were to leave so abruptly. Xiao nodded and said, Xiao will take care of the beasts here. Thank you, Xiao. The two of you also stay here and help her, Luo Ling said to her siblings. Yuan then followed Luo Ling and the guard to the Mountain Lord, whilst Luo Li and Luo Ming stayed behind with Xiao to assist the people. Once Yuan was gone, Luo Li bowed to Xiao. Senior Xiao, please take care of us. Xiao nodded, and she turned to look at the hundreds of monsters on the battlefield. It's going to take forever if I kill them one at a time, she thought to herself. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. Brother Yuan said that I can use my powers as long as I am conscious of the surroundings and I don't destroy any nature. Tell the guards to retreat. Xiao suddenly said to Luo Li, right away. Luo Li nodded, not daring to doubt her words after seeing the serious expression on her face. Retreat. Guards, retreat back to the gates. Luo Li suddenly shouted loudly. The guards quickly rushed back to the gates after hearing her words, even feeling relieved that they don't have to fight any longer. However, the other players were left dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. What the heck? What about the monsters? Are you trying to make us do all of the fighting? You damn NPC. Whatever. That just means more points for me. The source of this content is lightnov/pub. Despite the players' anger, Luo Li ignored them and said to Xiao, Senior Xiao, the guards have retreated to the gates. Is this good enough for you? Xiao nodded and took a deep breath before closing her eyes. A few moments of silence later, she slowly opened her eyes, and her gaze flickered with a golden light that seemed to carry the will of heaven within. She calmly raised her right arm into the air before pressing her palms down in a profound manner. Heavenly Domain, Xiao mumbled in a low voice. Boom! Xiao's Spirit King Cultivation base suddenly exploded, causing the dark sky to brighten, and the entire place became filled with a golden light, almost as though they were bathed in sunlight. The source of this content is li/gitnovelp/ub. What is this golden light? What is going on? Both the players and the guards were baffled by this phenomenon. In the midst of the players' confusion, the monsters suddenly began screaming in pain, sounding as though they were being slaughtered before splat. The monsters within the golden light, within Xiao's heavenly domain, were crushed into meat paste, almost as though an invisible boulder had suddenly fallen on them, squashing them flat. And within mere seconds, only flattened beast corpses remained within the heavenly domain. The place turned dead silent after the people there witnessed this shocking scene and Xiao's terrifying prowess. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Yuan was shocked when he suddenly gained thousands of points at once. Visit lighten/ov/pub. For the best novel reading experience, +1, 169 points, +1, 014 points, +2, 841 points. What the heck? Where did all of these points come from? I hope Xiao didn't go overboard again. Yuan cried inwardly. There's the Mountain Lord. The guard suddenly said, That's the Mountain Lord. Yuan was speechless when he saw a group of guards trying to fight a massive 7-meter-tall black bear in the distance. Luo Ling nodded with a serious expression on her face. Indeed, that's the Mountain Lord, the Black Beast, and it seems to have advanced to the 6th-level Spirit Warrior realm since the last time we saw it. No wonder why my father lost to it. Do you think you could defeat it? Luo Ling turned to look at him with a worried expression, as she was worried that she was asking too much from him. I will try my best, Yuan responded a moment later. For more, visit lightnov/lpub/com. Don't push yourself too hard, Taoist Yuan. If you cannot defeat it, just run away. How can I possibly do such a thing knowing that the city might fall if I don't defeat it here? Yuan quickly shook his head. Taoist Yuan. Luo Ling looked at him with a passionate gaze, looking like a child before her hero or a teenager before her idol. A few moments later, Once they were close enough, Luo Ling shouted at the guards that were already at their limit. "Get back! Reinforcement is here!" "Young lady." A blissful expression appeared on the guards' faces when they saw Luo Ling's face and the masked expert beside her who was emitting a profound aura. "I will assist you to the best of my ability, Taoist Yuan," she said to him after they arrived before the Mountain Lord. Yuan nodded and stared at the Mountain Lord with a serious gaze through the holes in his mask. What a terrifying gaze and a bloodthirsty aura. This Mountain Lord is, without doubt, stronger than the demonic spider. Despite facing such a threatening opponent, Yuan was feeling calmer than when he fought the demonic spider. Perhaps it was due to the Black Jade Mass effect, or maybe he was simply getting used to these situations, but his mind was completely tranquil at this moment. Follow current novels on lig/tnav//lpub. When a Mountain Lord saw Yuan's confident aura, it narrowed its gaze and silently stared at him. A few seconds later, it spoke in a grim voice. "No matter how many experts you humans bring, I will tear down this city and avenge my son." Roar *, the Mountain Lord released a deafening roar before it rushed at Yuan and Luo Ling with red eyes filled with killing intent, even causing the ground to tremble with each step it took. Chapter 51, Achieving First Place. "Here it comes, Taoist Yuan," Luo Ling quickly said to him. Yuan nodded and raised his sword as the Mountain Lord lifted its massive claws and swung at them. Boom! Yuan felt as though a large boulder was trying to crush him when he blocked the Mountain Lord's strike. "I will back you up." Luo Ling used this chance to thrust her sword at the Mountain Lord's face, but alas, with a single roar from the Mountain Lord, Luo Ling was sent flying away from the tremendous air pressure. "Luo Ling, are you okay?" Yuan asked her whilst he pushed the Mountain Lord's claw to the side. "I'm not hurt," she quickly responded. "Get lost, you human ant. You don't have the qualifications to meddle in our battle." The Mountain Lord roared at her. "I understand that you are angry because of what happened to your child, but do you really have to kill so many innocent people and destroy an entire city for revenge?" Yuan suddenly said, "Don't try to persuade me, brat. I will kill everyone in this city, even if it's the last thing I do, and there's nothing you can do to stop it." Follow current novels on l/i/t/novelpub. The Mountain Lord roared again, and its aura began growing more powerful and tyrannical. "If that's the case, then watch me stop you." Yuan's eyes flickered with a bright light, and his sword began trembling, almost as though it was filled with excitement. Bloody sword strike. A red light flashed before the Mountain Lord's eyes, and before it could even react, Yuan's sword was already directly in front of its eyes. The Mountain Lord quickly closed its eyelids to protect its eyes with its steel-like skin, but alas, Yuan's sword was much sharper than it anticipated and pierced right through its tough skin. "Aig!" The Mountain Lord screamed in pain as blood squirted from its eyes. "Che! I couldn't reach the brain and kill it in one shot." Yuan sucked his teeth after pulling his sword out of the Mountain Lord's face with effort. Visit l/itnov//lpub/com for a better experience. "I will kill you. I will fucking kill you." The Mountain Lord roared before rushing at Yuan, with its claws swinging recklessly. Seeing this, Yuan immediately focused on dodging its strikes, feeling the tremendous pressure from each strike as it brushed by his face. If the Mountain Lord successfully hit him even once, he will most likely turn into meat paste and die. After dodging a dozen strikes, Yuan finally saw an opportunity to strike back and quickly stabbed his sword at the Mountain Lord's uninjured eye. "Aag! How dare you!" Without its sights, the Mountain Lord was severely crippled in its movements and ability to defend itself from Yuan's incoming attacks. It sucks without the ability to see, right? I know that feeling very well, and I'm giving you one last chance to leave before I really kill you," Yuan said, feeling that it was only right to show mercy to the Mountain Lord who had lost its child to a human even though it was a monster, not to mention that it was once peaceful with humans. Even if I leave today, my hatred for humans and for this place will never subdue. Unless you kill me today, I will definitely return for revenge. Then you leave me with no other choice. Yuan narrowed his eyes with a resolute feeling, and he tightened his grasp on the sword. The most up-to-date novels are published on Li/Novelpu/B. Bloody Sword Strike. Yuan rushed at the Mountain Lord before thrusting his sword forward, and because the Mountain Lord could not see, it was unable to react, allowing Yuan to pierce its neck with ease. Congratulations! Player Yuan has become the first player to kill the elite boss, Black Beast. You have subdued the Lord of Pang Mountain. Plus 10 fame. Plus 5,000 points. You have successfully defended Pang City from the Mountain Lord's invasion. An announcement announcing the end of the event suddenly appeared above Pang City for all players to see after Mountain Lord was slain by Yuan, followed by another announcement a few moments later. Player Yuan has amassed a grand total of 11,690 points during this event, obtaining the most points out of all participants, and will receive a special reward for such an achievement. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. When the other players saw the familiar name Player Yuan, they immediately began shouting in excitement. It's Player Yuan. He's actually in this place right now. Where is he? Who is Player Yuan? Holy shit, 11,000 points. I only have 300 points after killing over 100 monsters. Just how on earth did he obtain so many points in such a short time? It was at that moment the players there realized something. Wait a second. There's only one person who can possibly have so many points. That little girl who used some overpowered technique to kill most of the monsters here. Now that you mentioned it, where is that little girl? Impossible. Player Yuan is actually a little girl. It all makes sense now. That golden light must have been a divine grade technique. No wonder why it was so powerful, even overpowered. New novel chapters are published on lightnov//lpub/com. This new information is definitely going to shock the world. Quick, someone hurry and post it online. The world must know about this as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. To think that we've been wasting our time looking for a male player when we should have been looking for a little girl this entire time. This is hilarious. The people there began logging off to spread the news on the internet, completely unaware of the chaos this misunderstanding will cause in the future. Meanwhile, the real Player Yuan was silently staring at the Mountain Lord's corpse, feeling slightly guilty for killing it, as any normal human would go crazy from sorrow if their children were killed. I cannot thank you enough for protecting the Pang City and the innocent citizens that live here, Taoist Yuan. Luo Ling had unknowingly appeared behind him and said to him with her head lowered, "Thank you for defeating the Mountain Lord, Senior Yuan." The guards also bowed to him at a 90-degree angle. There's no need to thank me. Although it had a valid reason for wanting revenge, I could not allow an entire city to fall and thousands of innocent people to die because of it, Yuan said to them. A few moments later, Xiao returned to his side and said, "Well done, Brother Yuan." The source of this content is lig/tnov/lpub.com. You too, Xiao. Taoist Yuan. The guard will handle everything from here. Let's return to my father's side for now. He needs to know that the city is no longer in danger. Luo Ling said to him sometime later. While Luo Ling led Yuan back to the Lord's manor, the real world was in utter chaos from the new information regarding Player Yuan that had just appeared on the internet. Shocking news. Player Yuan is actually female, and a little girl at that. New information regarding Player Yuan has surfaced. Player Yuan is currently at Pang City. The new information on Player Yuan shocked the whole world collectively. However, not everyone was willing to believe this new information despite the convincing evidence from the players that had participated in defending Pang City, as it was simply too unbelievable that some little girl without any background could possibly be the #1 player in the world. There were even some people who wanted to see for themselves whether this information was true, So they began making their way towards Pang City, regardless of how far away they were from the place at the moment. Chapter 52, Pang City, S-Hero. Father, are you okay? Luo Ling went straight to her father's room, where he was being treated after returning home. Linger, why are you here? What happened to defending the city? What about the Mountain Lord? Lord Luo asked them with an anxious face while laying on the bed with bloodied bandages all over his body. Please calm down and listen to me, father. Everything has been resolved by Taoist Yuan. He not only defended the city gates from the invasion, but even defeated the Mountain Lord by himself. The city is safe. Luo Ling explained the situation to him with a bright face. What? Is that true? Our Pang City is no longer in danger. Lord Luo's eyes flickered with emotions after hearing the news. Yes, father. It's all true, so you can rest and focus on healing your injuries. Luo Ling said to him, I don't know what to say, Taoist Yuan. I really don't know how to thank you for your contribution. If not for my condition, I would even kowtow to you right now. Lord Luo said to him with a grateful expression. Your feelings are more than enough, Yuan said with a smile. No, that cannot do. I must thank you properly. An idea suddenly flashed inside his head, and he quickly said, I know. You can have my daughter, and if Luoli alone is not good enough for you, I can also give you Luo Ling here. And if you don't want to make them your wife, they can be your concubines. The source of this content is l/ig/h10/ovalpub. Yuan looked at Lord Luo with a baffled expression, but before he could even respond, Lord Luo looked at Luo Ling and asked her, What do you think, Linger? Are you willing to serve Taoist Yuan, even as a concubine? You probably won't find someone like him again. And as Yuan opened his mouth, Luo Ling bashfully nodded her head with a rosy face. I am willing, she mumbled in a low but clear voice. The door opened a second later, and the rest of the Luo family entered the room. Father, how are your injuries? Luo Ming asked him without having a single clue as to what kind of situation he had just walked into. Father, Luo Li also approached the bed with a worried expression on her face. However, instead of telling them that he was okay to calm them down, Lord Luo instead looked at Luo Li and said to her, Liar, I have already heard about the situation from Linger, and I am thinking about giving your hand and Linger's to Taoist Yuan for saving our city, and your elder sister has already agreed to become his concubine. What? Luo Li immediately looked at Luo Ling with a shocked face. New novel chapters are published on lig//Tnov/Ulpub. I'm sorry, little sister. I know that you already have feelings for Taoist Yuan, but I have also fallen for him. Elder sister. Luo Li looked at her with a perplexed feeling in her heart. However, in the midst of their conversation, Yuan loudly cleared his throat and said, Excuse me. I am flattered by your feelings, but I have already said that I am too young to marry, much less two of you. That's fine, Taoist Yuan. If you want to marry them in a few years, they can wait for you. I can also assure you that they have never been in a relationship before, so they are still maidens. Lord Luo quickly said, clearly adamant about giving his daughters to him as a reward for saving the city. That's not what I'm trying to say. Are we not good enough for you, Taoist Yuan? Luo Ling suddenly asked him with a disheartened expression. I never said that. Yuan quickly shook his head, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the situation as he has never been in this kind of situation before. If Taoist Yuan does not feel comfortable with us now, we are willing to wait until you are ready to accept us however long that might take, even if it's only as your concubines. Luo Li said to him a moment later. Yuan was speechless. Why do they want to be with him so much? Or are they programmed to like whoever saves the city? The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpus/b/c/om. What the heck even is a concubine? Yuan cried inwardly. While Yuan was pondering in silence, Xiao Hua spoke in a calm voice. Brother Yuan is destined to become a great figure who will rule the cultivation world in future, and there will be no lack of women who will want to be with him. Xiao Hua won't speak of your qualifications, but it won't be long before Brother Yuan challenges the stairway to heaven. And once that happens, who knows if you'll still be alive by the time he returns here. What? Daoist Yuan is going to challenge the stairway to heaven. Everyone in the room was shocked to hear Xiao Hua's words, but Yuan couldn't understand why. What even is this stairway to heaven? So we are underestimating Daoist Yuan even now. To think he'd be brave enough to participate in the stairway to heaven. Luo Ming said with an awkward smile. If Daoist Yuan really plans on climbing the stairway to heaven, we will only become a burden for you. I'm sorry, Daoist Yuan, but you can forget about our conversation just now. Luo Ling released a deep sigh. However, Luo Li's gaze remained resolved, and she said, Daoist Yuan, if you still remember me by the time your adventure ends, please do visit this place again. I will wait for you until my last breath. Seeing the sincere emotions in her gaze, Yuan couldn't help but nod his head. The most up-to-date novels are published on Lighten/ovalpub/com. Although I don't know what will happen in the future, I definitely won't forget about you or my experience in this place, Yuan said with an innocent smile. The next time we meet, let's eat together again, okay? It's a promise, Taoist. No, Brother Yuan. Luo Li nodded with slightly teary eyes. Don't forget about me neither, okay? Luo Ling also said to him. I want. He nodded still with a smile on his face. Congratulations. Because of your massive contributions during Mountain Lord's invasion, you have been awarded the unique title Pang City's Hero. Pang City's Hero. Description: bearing the title of hero, your reputation within Pang City will always be at the maximum, and your overall cultivation speed will increase by 10%. Luo Li has been added to your bond. Luo Li's bond level has increased to acquaintance. The source of this content is lightnov/lp/ub/com. Luo Li's bond level has increased to friend. Luo Li's bond level has increased to intimate. Congratulations! Your bond level with Luo Li has reached intimate. You have gained the following effect from Luo Li's bond level. Luo Li's adoration. Luo Li's adoration. Increases your charm by 10 and overall damage by 15%. Charm. Increases your overall attractiveness. Overall damage. All of the damage you inflict to others will feel more painful. Luo Ling has been added to your bond. Luo Ling's bond level has increased to acquaintance. Updated from l/itnovelpub.com. Luo Ling's bond level has increased to friend. Luo Ling's bond level has increased to intimate. You have gained the following effect from Luo Ling's bond level. Luo Ling's adoration. Luo Ling's adoration. Increases your charm by 20 and luck by 10. Luck. Increases the chances of monsters dropping their monster cores. Pang City has been added to your associations. Because of your heroic actions that saved the city, your relationship with Pang City has increased significantly. Because of your bond level with Luo Li, daughter of Luo Family, your relationship with Pang City has increased significantly. Because of your bond level with Luo Ling, daughter of Luo Family, your relationship with Pang City has increased significantly. For more, visit li/ghd//novel/up.com. Due to your actions at Pang City, your fame has increased by 50. Your relationship with Pang City has reached the maximum level. Due to your relationship with Pang City, all monsters within a 1,000-mile radius from Pang City will drop their monster cores twice as often. Once the barrage of notifications had stopped for Yuan, he said to the Luo family, I will stay in this city for one more day, just in case the monsters return. Please, you can stay here as long as you want. I wouldn't even mind if you lived here forever. Lord Luo laughed loudly despite the pain in his body. By the way, I will properly award you for helping us once the preparations are complete. Lord Luo then said to him, You really don't have to. There's no need to be humble. You're already like family to us, anyway. And you can just think of it as an early wedding gift or something like that. Ha ha ha. Lord Luo laughed again. Cough for more. Visit lig/tnovelpub.com. Fuck. That hurts. Lord Luo cursed in a painful voice after laughing too hard. Get some rest already, father. We will take care of everything for you. Luo Ling said to him. Thank you, he mumbled before falling asleep a few moments later. You can rest in your room, Brother Yuan. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll do my best to assist you. Luo Li said to him with rosy cheeks before she quickly walked towards the door. See you later, Brother Yuan. Luo Ming casually waved at him. Once Luo Li and Luo Ming left the room, Luo Ling approached his ears and whispered to him, If my sister is not enough for you, you can call for me afterward. She winked at him in a seductive manner before leaving the room, completely unaware that Yuan was too innocent to understand the meaning behind her words. Chapter 53, Starry Abyss. Did you hear? Player Yuan is currently at Pang City. Where's that? It's only 30 miles away from here. Want to go over there and take a look? There will be many other people who'll be going there to see for themselves whether Player Yuan is really a little girl or not. Let's go. After news of Player Yuan spread throughout the internet, thousands of players began making their way towards Pang City in hopes of seeing Player Yuan, who was rumored to be a cute little girl. Of course, Yuan himself was completely unaware of the misunderstanding about him that had spread throughout the internet, and he was silently cultivating in the Lord's manor. A few hours have passed since the Mountain Lord's invasion, and Luo Li took a deep breath before knocking on the door to Yuan's room. Knock, knock, Brother Yuan. It's Luo Li, she said to him from outside. You can come inside. Yuan responded a moment later. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightno/vel/p/up. Com. Were you cultivating? I hope I didn't interrupt your cultivation. Luo Li said after seeing the spiritual energy that was gathered around him. It's okay. I was about to take a break anyway. Yuan said as he got off the bed, feeling a little bit stiff from sitting in the same position for many hours. Do you need something from me? He asked her a moment later. Quite the opposite, actually. We have finished preparing the reward for your contribution during the Mountain Lord's invasion, and we would like you to receive it now, she said. Okay. Yuan nodded before following her outside, with Xiao by his side. A few minutes later, they entered this massive long room with Lord Luo sitting on a large chair at the end of the room, and he was still wrapped in bandages. Luo Ming and Luo Ling were also in the same room, as were all of the servants in the building and a few guards. Once Luo Li brought Yuan to the front, Lord Luo spoke in a clear voice. Taoist Yuan, I have said this before, but I will say it again. Neither I nor this city can thank you enough for what you have done for this place. And one can even say that you are the sole reason why this city and the thousands of citizens that live here are still alive right now. Although this reward isn't much, it's the most precious item our Pang City can afford. Visit l/i/gitnavelp/ub/com for the best novel reading experience. Lord Luo suddenly clapped his hands, and two servants approached Yuan with two boxes in their grasp. Once they opened the boxes, Lord Luo continued to speak. For your contributions from defending the Pang City from thousands of beasts to defeating the Mountain Lord, my Luo family shall award you with 1 million gold coins and our Luo family's heirloom, the Starry Abyss. Inside one of the boxes was a small storage pouch that contained 1 million gold coins, whilst the other bigger box contained a beautiful dagger with a golden handle and a pitch-black blade that seemed to be made from some kind of jade. The Starry Abyss has been passed down in my family for over 10 generations, but nobody in the family has ever been able to wield it, almost as though it has its own consciousness. Perhaps you, Taoist Yuan, who will be climbing the stairway to heaven one day, might be able to wield it. A dagger? But I have only ever practiced with a sword. Yuan looked at the flickering black dagger that appeared to contain an entire universe within with a dazed expression, feeling some kind of connection to it. Brother Yuan, that's a soul weapon, Xiao suddenly said to him in a low voice, and when Yuan turned to look at her, he could only see a shocked expression on her face. However, since this wasn't the time or situation to ask her for an explanation, Yuan could only wait until later to ask her. Thank you very much for your gift. I swear that I will keep it safe no matter what. Yuan humbly bowed to them before he accepted the gift, as he learned that bowing in this world meant a display of respect after seeing it so many times. Congratulations! You have obtained a soul weapon. This content is taken from Light Novelpo/B. Once Yuan accepted the gifts, an announcement appeared in the sky for everyone but Yuan to see. Congratulations! Player Yuan has become the first player to obtain a soul weapon. However, the players were puzzled by the announcement, as this is their first time hearing about soul weapons. What even is a soul weapon, and how does it differ from regular weapons? Once the rewards have been distributed, Lord Luo then said to Yuan, "By the way, we have collected all of the monster cores from Mountain Lord's invasion. We were able to collect 241 monster cores at the Spirit Apprentice level and the Mountain Lord Spirit Warrior Realm monster core, and I'd also like to give them all to you, as you were the one who killed most of them, anyway." However, Yuan said, "You can have the Spirit Apprentice level monster cores. I only need the Spirit Warrior monster core." "Are you sure, Taoist Yuan? If you sold them, you can earn some more gold." He nodded and said, 1 million gold coins is more than enough for me right now. If anything, I'd like to donate those monster cores to the guards who also risked their lives defending the city yesterday." When the guards in the room heard Yuan's words, their faces immediately brightened, and they silently thanked Yuan in their hearts. "I understand. If that's your request, I will leave the Mountain Lord's monster core with you and share the rest with the guards." Lord Luo nodded with an approving smile on his face. Good-natured cultivators like Yuan are hard to come by nowadays, and he cannot be any happier to know that his daughters might be taken care of by someone like him in the future. This content is taken from /lightnov/ulpub / com. Sometime later, Lord Luo said to him, "Breakfast is almost done, Taoist Yuan. Are you interested?" "Of course." He nodded without hesitation. Chapter 54 Soul Weapons. Once breakfast finished and Yuan returned to his room, he asked Xiao, "What's a soul weapon?" Soul weapons are, as its name suggests, weapons that contain a soul, allowing it to have its own consciousness. They are exceedingly rare treasures, even in the higher realms, with nearly unlimited potential. And due to their uniqueness, they do not have specific grades like ordinary weapons do. It's really shocking that the Luo family would have something like this. Xiao explained to him, "A weapon with a soul. So there's somebody inside the weapon? How does that even happen?" Yuan asked, still confused about the concept. "That's not quite right, brother Yuan. There's nobody in the weapon. The term soul does not actually mean there's someone in the weapon. It's just a weapon with just enough consciousness to pick their masters." "Oh, so I cannot talk with it?" Yuan said with a slightly disappointed expression. "That might not be the case either, brother Yuan, because soul weapons are essentially living weapons that grow stronger with their master. There's a chance its soul can evolve in the future, allowing it to speak." "Soul weapons can grow stronger? No wonder why you say it has unlimited potential." Xiao nodded and said, "However, in order for it to grow, brother Yuan must be able to wield it first, and soul weapons are not easy to control. Because regardless of your cultivation base, if the soul weapon does not recognize you as its master, it will be no different from an ordinary weapon, perhaps even worse." Yuan nodded. He then retrieved the beautiful black dagger and stared at it with a mesmerizing face. Visit Lee/GitNovelPub. C/OM for a better experience. Starry Abyss. Level 0. Rank Soul Weapon. Growth rate very slow. Requirement. Description: a beautiful dagger with an unknown origin. Appears to contain its own universe within the blade. How do I get it to recognize me? Yuan asked her a moment later. Brother Yuan can try feeding it some of your blood to see whether it will recognize you or not. Xiao suggested. Feed it my blood? How much blood? This content is taken from lightnov/l/pub. A few drops should be enough, she said. Yuan nodded and took a deep breath before pricking his finger with the tip of the starry abyss. feeding it a few drops of his own blood. The moment Yuan's blood touched the dagger, his blood sunk into the dagger's blade, and Yuan could see his blood being absorbed by the flickering stars inside the blade. A few seconds later, the dagger began trembling. What is going on, Xiao? Yuan asked her with a nervous expression. It's reacting to your blood, brother Yuan. There's a good chance it will recognize you. Quickly, feed it more of your blood. She urged him with excitement on her face. Yuan nodded and squeezed a few more drops of blood onto the shaking dagger. As the dagger absorbed more of Yuan's blood, the trembling grew stronger, and the dagger itself even started heating up. It's burning me. Yuan dropped the dagger when it became unbearably hot to hold. Follow current novels on Light Novel Pub. However, as though gravity stopped working, the starry abyss did not fall to the floor and remained levitating before Yuan. After spending a few moments suspended in midair, the starry abyss finally stopped trembling. Try touching it, brother Yuan. Xiao suddenly said to him. Yuan nodded and reached for the dagger. After poking it a few times to make sure it wasn't hot, Yuan grabbed the dagger. Congratulations! You have been recognized by the Starry Abyss as its new master. You have obtained the title Soul Weapon Master. I did it, Xiao. It recognized me as its new master. Feeling some sort of connection with the dagger, Yuan said to her in excitement afterward. Xiao nodded with a smile. The soul weapon definitely recognizes Brother Yuan's unlimited potential. For more, visit lightno.vel/pub. How do I make it grow stronger? He asked her. Soul weapons will naturally grow strong with the master. So as long as Brother Yuan continues growing stronger, so will the soul weapon. Though if you wish to make it grow faster, you can hunt monsters with the soul weapon, so it can absorb their blood and grow stronger that way. But I don't know any dagger techniques besides the thousand knife technique, and that's for cooking, he said. Even seemingly innocent and useless techniques like cooking techniques can become deadly in combat, if used properly, Brother Yuan. Yuan nodded and said, I guess I can try using the thousand knife technique with this dagger on weaker monsters when I have the time. Meanwhile, in Lord Luo's room, a guard said to him, Lord Luo, there's been an influx of visitors at our city ever since the Mountain Lord's invasion, and they're all cultivators. What? Do you know why? Lord Luo asked. We asked them for their reason for coming to our city, and a few of them said that they were here for player Yuan. Do they mean Taoist Yuan? But why would so many people come here just to see him? Lord Luo pondered out loud. The most up-to-date novels are published on Li/Tian/Ovalpub.com. We have also asked them that question, but they did not provide us with any good reasons, saying things like they simply wanted to meet him. Lord Luo nodded his head and said to the guard a few moments later, notify Taoist Yuan of the situation. Since these people came here for him, it'd be for the best to let him decide what we should do in this situation. Sometime later, the guard explained the situation to Yuan, who was sweating by the end. Don't let them know that I am here. In fact, tell them that I have long left the city. Yuan quickly said to the guard, who was slightly dumbfounded by his reaction, looking like he was on the run or something. It looks like Senior Yuan is more popular than Wed anticipated. The guard thought to himself, understood. We won't let them bother Senior Yuan no matter what. The guard said to him before leaving the room, damn, this must be due to the announcement. Now every player in the world knows that I am in this city. I must leave this place as soon as possible. Yuan sighed inwardly. However, it's too dangerous to leave now when there are so many people looking for me outside. I will leave once there are fewer people tomorrow. With that decided, Yuan returned to cultivating in silence to calm his mind. The source of this content is lightnov/ulpub/com. Chapter 55 Yu Rou's Evaluation. Once Yuan realized that there were many people visiting Pang City to see him, he remained inside the Lord's Manor until it was dark outside, and after eating dinner with the Luo family, he logged out and waited for Yu Rou to feed him once again. Brother, how was your progress in the game? Yu Rou asked him as she wiped his body with a wet towel. Fairly good. I have made some new friends and got to eat some amazing food, he responded with a smile. Oh, tell me about these new friends, she quickly asked him. Well, they're only NPCs, but they feel as real as players with almost no distinctions between them. I have heard about that, too. Despite being NPCs, you will not be able to tell the difference between a player and an NPC unless they start talking about our world. Yes, it's really shocking how realistic the world is. Sometime later, once Yu Rou finished feeding and cleaning Yuan, she said to him, Brother, I will be able to play with you after tomorrow. Where are you currently in the game? I will be entering the game after this and see where I start so that we can arrange a meeting once I begin playing. Me? I am in a place called Pang City, he responded without thinking. Pang City? Isn't that where the famous player Yuan was last seen? Did you by any chance see this person? Yu Rou asked him. The source of this content is light/novelpub. Comp player Yuan? I have no idea. Yuan quickly said. What a pity. I wanted to confirm whether the rumors are true or not. She sighed after hearing his words. Rumors? What kind of rumors? Yuan asked her with his interest intrigued. Well, there were some players that had participated in the event at Pang City who claimed that they have seen player Yuan with their own eyes and that he is actually a she. Yu Rou explained to him what she read on the internet. What the heck? Yuan cried out loud in a shocked voice. Why would anyone call him a female? I was shocked too when I first saw this information online. Apparently, she's a little girl who can use a very powerful technique that wiped out hundreds of monsters in the blink of an eye. A little girl? If Yuan could feel his body right now, he would definitely be feeling the cold sweat soaking his back right now. How on earth did they mistake Xiao Hua as me? He cried inwardly. Updated from Light Novel Pub. I have a feeling that this information might be wrong. Yuan suddenly said to her. What makes you say that? Yu Rou asked him. I don't know. It's just a feeling I am getting, he responded. What a coincidence, brother, as I'm also getting a similar feeling. Yu Rou said, You seem very interested in this player Yuan. Why is that? Yuan asked her a moment later. Even if you weren't interested in something at first, you will eventually become intrigued by it if you keep seeing it online constantly. Though I am more interested in this player's servant more than anything. Servant? Yu Rou nodded, and she continued, Because I personally don't like violence or fighting, I want to become a cultivator who has servants that will fight for me, and I cannot help but wonder what a divine grade servant might look like. Any monster with such a high grade must be extremely powerful, right? Like a phoenix or a dragon. Actually, she's human and a little girl at that. Yuan responded to Yu Rou in his head. For more, visit light/novelpub. After talking for a few minutes, mostly about what kind of servants she wants once she starts playing the game, Yu Rou said to him, It's getting late, brother. I'm going to create my character tonight, and I will tell you where I am tomorrow morning. Okay. Good night, Yu Rou. Good night, brother. Yu Rou closed the lights before leaving the room. Since Yu Rou wants to have servants, I should ask Xiao Hua tomorrow if there are any methods to tame monsters. Yuan thought to himself before falling asleep. Meanwhile, inside her room, Yu Rou laid on the bed with the helmet used to play Cultivation online on her head. A brief moment after pressing the power button, Yu Rou could feel her consciousness slowly being transported to another place by a mysterious force. Sometime later, when she opened her eyes, an old man with a profound gaze was already staring at her a few meters away, and they appeared to be inside this white room. Hello. Yu Rou took the initiation to speak to him. The most up-to-date novels are published on //knov/pub/. What is your name? He asked her in a deep but clear voice. Yu Rou, place your hand on this. The old man pushed a crystal ball toward her. Yu Rou nodded and placed her hand on the crystal ball. A few moments later, her status appeared. Name, Yu Rou Cultivation, none legacy, none bloodline, none updated from //get novel pub. Physique, pure physique physical strength, 62 mental strength, 80 soul strength, 54 physical defense, 40 mental defense, A disappointed light flickered within the old man's eyes after he saw Yu Rou's status, and he sighed inwardly. Another one with just above-average talent? Huh? Why am I so unlucky compared to that cold woman who encountered someone with a legendary heaven-refining physique? I'm now certain that heaven holds some kind of grudge against me. Is everything okay, Senior? Yu Rou asked him after seeing his dejected expression. Although you may not have amazing talents, you should be able to live a comfortable life with a pure Yin physique. Good luck, young lady, the old man said to her before disappearing into the cracked space behind him. This content is taken from /Light Novel Pub. A few seconds after the old man left, Yu Rou felt her consciousness being transported to another place, and she could see a large crowd of people standing around her when she opened her eyes again. Welcome to the world of cultivation, mortals. A loud and clear voice resounded above Yu Rou, causing her and the other people there to look up at the sky, where a handsome middle-aged man was floating in the air and staring down at them with a smile on his face. Chapter 56, Leaving Pang City. I am Elder Yang, and I will be giving you a brief introduction to our world before I let you explore this vast world by yourself, said the handsome middle-aged man, floating in the sky. First and foremost, you should know about the existence of cultivators, as we have the potential to become the most powerful beings in this world, even becoming a god. I am what you call a cultivator, and as cultivators, we absorb the energy of heaven and earth that are known as qi or spiritual energy to cultivate our bodies. Once you've cultivated enough, you can do things like fly around the skies like a bird with wings, or even split the seas with your fist. The next thing you should keep in mind is that in the cultivation world, strength is all that matters. In a world where the strong eat the weak, if you do not have the power to defend yourself, you are essentially a chicken waiting to be hunted by the strong, and you can blame nobody but yourselves when that happens. Now that you know the basics of this world, allow me to bestow you the method of cultivation. Of course, this cultivation technique is only the most basic one out there. If you wish to obtain a stronger cultivation method, you must find it yourself in this vast world. With a single wave of his sleeves, every player there received the skill Basic Qi Gathering Technique. And before I send you all away, do any of you have either Heaven rank or Earth rank physique? Elder Yang looked at the players with an anticipating gaze. Yu Rou looked at her own status. Pure Yin physique, rank, Earth. I have an Earth rank physique called the Pure Yin physique, she said as she raised her hand. Follow current novels on Light Novel Pub. Oh, the Pure Yin physique, huh? Elder Yang looked at Yu Rou while nodding his head with approval. Although it may only be Earth ranked, the Pure Yin physique is at the top of most physiques at that rank, even beating some Heaven rank physique in terms of usefulness. As for what it does, it simply allows you to absorb spiritual energy or qi that contains Yin elements much easier than normal people. Furthermore, your body will dispose of all impurities for you, saving you the effort of needing to dispose of them by yourself. If you ever manage to reach the higher heaven, visit the divine Yin temple. They will gladly accept someone like you as their disciple. And don't forget to mention that Elder Yang from the Supreme Yang Temple referred you to them. Yu Rou nodded at the cultivator's words. Nobody else has either a Heaven-ranked or Earth-ranked physique. What a disappointing bunch. Elder Yang shook his head in a disappointed manner before waving his sleeves again, sending the players towards the teleporters right behind them. Yu Rou opened her eyes again, finding herself in the middle of a busy city this time around. Where's this? Yu Rou proceeded to walk around the city for a few minutes, even asking the pedestrians about their location. This is the Spring City in the Eastern Continent, said one of the pedestrians. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. I see. Thank you. Now that Yu Rou was aware of her location, she continued to explore the city and experience the beauty of this world for a few more minutes before logging off and going to sleep. However, she did not fall asleep right away like usual, as the world of Cultivation Online had left a deep impression, filling her heart with excitement. I cannot wait to explore this world with brother, she thought to herself before falling asleep after much effort. "Brother, are you awake?" Yu Rou entered his room early in the morning. "Yes, I am. Did you enter the game last night?" he asked her. The most up-to-date novels are published on Li/gh/t/novelpub.com. I did, and I was blown away by how amazing and realistic the world seemed. It exceeded my expectations on many levels. No wonder why it's the most popular game in the entire world right now. I almost didn't want to log off once I started playing. Yu Rou spoke in a voice filled with excitement, sounding like a child who just went to the amusement park for the first time. "Ha! So you finally understand," Yuan said with a smile on his face. Anyway, after getting my character evaluated, I was given a brief explanation about the world by some cultivator before being sent to this beginner city called Spring City in the Eastern Continent. I don't know how far away it is from Pang City, but I hope it's not too far. "Don't worry, Yu Rou. No matter how far away you are, I will come to you." "Spring City, right? I will definitely see you there. I can't wait to play with you, brother." Yu Rou nodded with enthusiasm. Sometime later, Yu Rou went to prepare for school, whilst Yuan returned to the game. "Welcome back, brother Yuan," Xiao said to him after seeing his face appear out of thin air like a ghost. "Did anything happen while I was away?" he asked her. "Luo Ling and Luo Li came to visit you last night, but I told them you had to go somewhere," she said to him. The most up-to-date novels are published on Lig/novelpub.com. I see. Let's go talk to them now, before we leave this place. Xiao nodded and followed him to meet with the Luo family. "Luo Li," Yuan called out to her after seeing her figure in the hallway. "Brother Yuan, you're back." Luo Li greeted him with a courteous bow. "Sorry I missed you last night. I had to log off for the night." "Don't worry about it. It wasn't anything important anyway," Luo Li said to him with a slightly rosy face when she recalled the reason she visited him last night. "Anyway, I was just about to call you for breakfast," she then said to him. Yuan nodded and said, "Let's go. I need to fill my stomach before I return to my journey." "You're leaving already?" Luo Li looked at him with a dispirited face. Although she knew that this moment would eventually come, she didn't want to part with him so soon, as there were still many things that she wanted to do with him. The source of this content is l/itnovelpub////com. Chapter 57 Teleportation Device. "Yes, I plan on leaving this place after breakfast," said Yuan after Luo Li asked about his departure. "Is that so? I understand." Luo Li nodded before continuing. "Let's continue this conversation with everyone else." Okay. Sometime later, Yuan and the Luo family began eating breakfast. "What do you plan on going after this, brother Yuan? Or are you still planning on going to the purple bamboo forest for training?" Luo Ling asked him during breakfast. While they normally speak after breakfast, she didn't want to waste any more time after learning that he would be leaving soon. "No, my plans have changed. I will be going to Spring City after this to meet up with someone. As for training at Purple Bamboo Forest, that will have to wait until a later date." "Spring City? That's quite far away from here, even if you are flying there on a sword," Lord Luo said to him. "Really? How far is it?" Yuan asked him with a slightly anxious frown, worried that he might not be able to meet Yu Rou on time. "Spring City is approximately 30,000 miles from our Pang City. It will take you over 100 hours to fly there, even if you flew without rest for the entire journey." "No way." Yuan's face immediately dropped after learning just how far away Spring City was from his current location. At this rate, Yu Rou's entire vacation will end by the time he even gets there, and he will have to wait another week before they can play together. Follow current novels on Lig/novelpub.com. Seeing the desperation on Yuan's face, Luo Ming spoke out loud. "If you're in that much of a hurry to get to Spring City, why don't you use the teleportation device in Liang City? It's only 3,000 miles from here, though you'll have to pay a tremendous amount of gold to use it." "Really? I can reach Spring City in a short amount of time if I use this teleportation device." Yuan's dispirited expression immediately brightened. "Yes, you should be able to reach Spring City before the day ends. However, it won't be cheap. After all, Teleportation devices require a massive amount of spiritual energy to operate, and the further you need to go, the more expensive ITLL cost you. 30,000 miles isn't bad at all, so the gold we gave you should be more than enough for you to use it. Luo Ming said to him, "Thank you. I will use this teleportation device, even if ITLL cost me an arm and leg." Yuan said to him, "Why are you in such a hurry, Brother Yuan? Is this person you are meeting that important?" Luo Ling suddenly asked him. "Yes, she's the most important person in my life." He responded without hesitation. "The most important person in your life?" Luo Li repeated in a low voice, feeling somewhat envious of this person. Even Xiao Hua couldn't help but look at him with her interest piqued. It's not an exaggeration to say if not for her, I would not be alive right now. Yuan nodded with a heartfelt expression on his face. Updated from lightnov//opub. Com. Is she your lover, Brother Yuan? Luo Ming couldn't help but ask him. Haha, of course not. Yuan laughed at his words before saying, "She's my sister." Oh, it's just his sister. The Luo family sighed in relief after hearing his words. Brother Yuan's sister, what kind of person is she? Xiaohua suddenly asked him while staring at him intensively. She's a very kind individual who puts others' well-being above her own. Even though she's already busy enough with her own life, she never fails to take care of me every single day, even when she's exhausted herself, and I cannot thank her enough for her sacrifices. It sounds like you have a wonderful sister, Brother Yuan. I fully understand why you must leave now. Luo Li said to him with a smile. Once the small conversation was over, they continued to eat. Sometime later, once breakfast was finished, Lord Luo whispered to one of the servants. The servant returned a few minutes later with a scroll in her hands and handed it to Yuan. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Come, that map will show you how to get to Liang City from here. Since you will be flying, it will be much easier for you, but you must pass a mountain range before you can see Liang City. Thank you. Yuan accepted the map. Allow me to walk you outside, Brother Yuan. Luo Ling stood up and said to him, I will come too. Luo Li also said. A few moments later, Luo Ling suddenly embraced one of his arms close to her chest, whilst Luo Li went for the other before leading him outside, making Yuan appear to be some kind of playboy with a beauty in each of his arms. Once they were outside, Yuan was dumbfounded by the massive crowd that filled the streets. Why is there so many people here? He was dumbfounded. After what happened with the Mountain Lord, our Pang City has been flooded with visitors. Many of them appear to have come here looking for Brother Yuan, and even though we have already told them that you had long left this city, the numbers continue to grow. Luo Ling said to him, I see. Then I can only fly out of here. Yuan sighed. Updated from /Li/GH/T/novelpub. Goodbye, Luo Li, Luo Ling. I won't forget my experience here. He then said to them with a bright smile on his face. Can I hug you before you leave? Luo Li suddenly asked him. Yuan nodded and opened his arms without thinking too much about it. Luo Li immediately leaped into his arms and embraced him tightly. Come back here when you have the time, okay? I will always be waiting for you. I will. After hugging him for a few moments, Luo Li released her arms and took a step back before suddenly propelling herself towards Yuan, kissing him on the cheeks. Yuan was speechless, but he didn't mind it. I will see you later, Brother Yuan. Luo Li said to him with a red face before running back into the house. New novel chapters are published on //lightno/velpub. It's my turn to say goodbye. Luo Ling also went to embrace him. I'm going to miss you, she mumbled to him. A few moments later, Luo Ling released him and kissed him on the other side of his cheeks, and unlike Luo Li, she did not immediately run away afterward. The next time you visit us, we can do something even more intimate. She winked at him in a seductive manner. Although Yuan couldn't understand the meaning behind her words, he nodded his head regardless. I will see you later, he said to her. Once Luo Ling also entered the house, Xiao Hua said to him, Brother Yuan sure is popular with the ladies. He showed a bashful smile before speaking. Anyway, let's head to Liang City for the teleportation device. Yuan then retrieved his spirit sword to let Xiao Hua control it. A few moments later, the two of them soared towards the clear sky and left the city, shocking the people that saw them from below. Updated from Light Novel Pub.com. Chapter 58, Liang City. After leaving Pang City, Yuan and Xiao Hua flew straight towards Liang City. However, because of Yuan's low cultivation base, they needed multiple breaks in between their journey. "I'm going to eat the Mountain Lord's monster core now," Yuan suddenly said during their third break. A few moments later, he popped the monster core into his mouth like a piece of candy before swallowing the sweetness. Heaven Refining Physique activated. 311,000,000 Qi has been refined from the Black Beast monster core. 307,680,000/307,680,000. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached the 5th level Spirit Warrior, plus 3,000 stats, 480, 500, 000/615, 360,000 for more. Visit lightnov/l/pub.com. After consuming the Mountain Lord's monster core, Yuan could feel his exhausted energy instantly recover to the brim and more. He then turned to look at his status screen. Cultivation. 5th level Spirit Warrior Legacy. None Bloodline. None Physique. Heaven Refining Physique Physical Strength. 12, 734 Mental Strength. 12, 975 Soul Strength. 14, 910. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub.com. Physical Defense. 12, 710 Mental Defense. 13, 821 Qi Experience. 480, 500, 000/615, 360,000 Fame. 80 Charm. 30 Luck. 10. Seeing these large numbers, Yuan couldn't help but wonder if it was normal for cultivators at his level to have such high stats. He then looked at his available skills. Heaven's Secret Art. Mastery Level 2. Follow current novels on lig/ht//novelpub.com. Consuming Heaven Technique. Mastery Level 2. Heaven Splitting Sword Strike. Mastery Level 2. Bloody Sword Strike. Mastery Level 3. Thousand Knife Technique. Mastery Level 1. Heavenly Fire Control. Mastery Level 1. Cooking Skill. Mastery Level 1. Advanced Senses. Enhanced Strength. Weak Poison Resistance. Visit lightnovelpu/b/com for the best novel reading experience, Novice Sword Mastery. Despite having so many techniques at hand, Yuan felt like he only had one or two from using the same technique over and over again. However, it was not as though there was any need for him to use the other techniques, when Bloody Sword Strike is more than enough to handle most threats with ease. "Are you okay, Brother Yuan?" Xiao Hua asked him in a worried tone after noticing that he had been staring at the empty air with a dazed face, worrying that he might have finally gone crazy from eating too many monster cores. "Oh, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something," he said a moment later. "Anyway, let's continue our journey now that I am full of energy again." Xiao Hua nodded, and they returned to the sky shortly later. New novel chapters are published on lightnov/lpub.com. "Do we need to rest again?" Xiao Hua asked him an hour later. Yuan shook his head and spoke in a relaxed tone. "No, I'm still filled with energy. I cannot believe how much stronger I got just from one level. The higher your cultivation, the more difference between each level," Xiao Hua said to him. After flying for another hour, Yuan was finally beginning to feel tired, so they rested for half an hour, and they continued this routine until they reached Liang City. "Finally, I can finally see the city," Yuan spoke with teary eyes when he saw the tall city walls in the distance. It has been over 12 hours since they left Pang City, and the entire journey was simply mentally exhausting for someone like Yuan who has never traveled such a long distance in one go before. Sometime later, they descended near the entrance where there was a decently long queue of people waiting to get inside the city. However, when the guards saw how Yuan and Xiao Hua appeared out of nowhere from the skies, they immediately ignored the people in the line and rushed towards them. Welcome to our Liang City Senior Cultivators. If there's anything you need, please let us assist you. The guard spoke after politely bowing to them. We're here for the teleportation device, said Yuan. It's here, right? The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. That is correct. Our Liang City indeed has a teleportation device. However, it has a travel distance limit of 70,000 miles. That's more than enough. I only intend on traveling to Spring City, which should be around 30,000 miles away. I understand. Please come with me. I will lead you to the teleportation device. Yuan nodded and followed one of the guards into the city while the other guards returned to assist the other people. Sometime later, they reached the center of Liang City, where the teleportation device was in the middle of a crowded square street. That's the teleportation device? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a surprised manner after seeing the large, circular object that seemed to be made of some kind of metallic material. It looked like a massive round mirror, but without the glass in the middle, and there was even a stage right before it. Is there anything else you need from me, seniors? The guard asked them after they arrived. No, this is all. Thank you for taking the time to bring us here. Yuan said to him. Please, you don't even need to mention it. I'm merely doing my job. For more, visit lightnovelp.com. The guard left a few moments later, leaving Yuan and Xiao Hua standing before the teleportation device. Where'd you like to go? An old man with a profound aura standing beside the teleportation device suddenly spoke to Yuan after noticing their presence. Spring City, he said. Spring City, huh? That would be 30,247 miles from here. The old man said to him, How much will it cost? 350,000 gold coins. The old man quickly responded, That much? Yuan cried inwardly. Although he had prepared himself for it, the price still shocked him greatly. Seeing Yuan's dumbfounded expression, the old man said, It requires an enormous amount of spiritual energy to operate the teleportation device. It's only natural ITLL costs this much. Do you still want to use it? For more, visit lightnovel.pub.com. Yuan quickly nodded. Yes, I do. The old man then extended his wrinkly hands towards Yuan, signaling him for the payment. Seeing this, Yuan sighed inwardly before taking out his storage pouch and handing the old man the money. Chapter 59, Xian Family. After counting the money with his spiritual sense, the old man nodded with satisfaction and said to them, Go ahead and step onto the stage. Yuan and Xiao Hua proceeded to walk onto the stage and stood before the massive teleportation device. The old man then walked to a stand that was only a few meters away and placed onto it a few chunks of beautiful crystal that emitted intense spiritual energy. A few moments later, once the teleportation device was charged up with spirit chi from the crystals, the empty space before Yuan began to twist and turn, and a black portal appeared. You won't be directly teleported inside Spring City, but a few miles out. Enter the teleportation device whenever you are ready, but don't take too long, because it will disappear in a minute. Yuan nodded and turned to look at Xiao Hua. Are you ready? He asked her. Whenever Brother Yuan is ready, she nodded her small head. Yuan then extended his hand for her to hold, and Xiao Hua grabbed it without hesitation. After taking a deep breath, Yuan took a step forward and walked into the portal while holding Xiao Hua's small hands, disappearing from Liang City. For more, visit lightnov.lpub/com. And literally a second later, just like when he first entered the game and met Xiao Hua, Yuan found himself surrounded by trees in the middle of nowhere. Let's go up, Yuan said, and they soared to the sky a moment later to look for the city. I think it's that place over there. Yuan pointed at the city in the distance. Let's go. They began flying towards the city. You have discovered Spring City. A few minutes later, they descended from the sky and landed in front of the city gates. And just like the guards from Pang City and Liang City, The guards at Spring City immediately approached them after seeing them descend from the heavens. "Welcome to our Spring City, seniors. If you need anything, just let me know." The guards said to him, "It's fine. We are only here to meet with someone." Yuan said to the guard. The source of this content is lightnov/lp/b/com. May I have the senior's name, so we can report to the Xian family of your presence? The guard suddenly said. Xian family? Yuan suddenly recalled Xian Wuhan, who mentioned that her family was in this city. That's correct, senior. The Xian family controls this city, and we were instructed to let them know if any experts arrive at our city to avoid any unnecessary trouble. The guard explained to him. Then do you know Xian Wuhan? Yuan asked him. The young lady? Are you acquainted with the young lady? The guard showed a surprised face. Yes, she asked me to see her if I ever visit Spring City, and I have some time before my meeting. Here, she even gave me this. Yuan showed him the medallion Xian Wuhan gave him in Spirit City. That's the Xian family's medallion. The guard's eyes widened with surprise after seeing the medallion. Only those trusted by the Xian family would have something like that. Please follow me, esteemed guests. I will immediately bring you to the Xian family. The guard bowed to them with respect. For more, visit lee/getnovelpub/com. By the way, you can call me Yuan. Young Master Yuan. Meanwhile, another guard rushed to return to the Xian family before Yuan and Xiao Hua could arrive to alert them about their presence. What? Someone with my family's medallion is coming here? I don't recall anyone that goes by the name Yuan. The head of the Xian family, Patriarch Xian, raised his eyebrows after hearing about Yuan. He mentioned the young lattice name, even claiming that she was the one who gave him the medallion, said the guard. Patriarch Xian nodded and said, Bring my daughter here. Yes, Patriarch. Sometime later, Xian Wuhan appeared before them with a messy appearance, looking like she'd just gotten out of bed. What's the matter, father? I was having a nice dream, you know? She asked him with a tired expression. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov/lp. Do you know someone by the name of Yuan? Patriarch Xian immediately asked her. How do you know about Taoist Yuan, father? Xian Wuhan's face immediately became energetic after hearing Yuan's name, and she looked at him with a surprised face. So you are acquainted with him? Yes, I met him at Spirit City and the auction house there. Although I don't know his background, he's definitely not an ordinary individual, especially the little girl who follows him around. I have a feeling that she's a real expert like Grandpa. A spirit master like my father. Huh, that's very likely, as the guards saw her flying with their own eyes. Wait a moment. They were here? In our city? Xian Wuhuan quickly asked him. Yes, and they are heading here as we speak. Why didn't you tell me that from the beginning? I am not ready to receive any guests, and I've already wasted plenty of time here. Then you'd best hurry up and fix your appearance before they arrive. Patriarch Xian shook his head at her. While Xian Wuhan is known for being a hard worker by the people outside, she was the complete opposite at home, being a lazy girl who spends most of her time sleeping. The source of this content is lightno/vel/pub. Come, I will be right back. Xian Wuhan said before she ran towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yuan and Xiao Hua had just arrived at the Xian family's household. Heavens! This place is even bigger than the Luo family's manor in Pang City. It's almost like comparing a small hut to a massive mansion. Yuan spoke with a dazed look on his face as he stood right outside their building. It's no wonder why Xian Wuhan was treated like a VIP at the auction house. The Xian family has already been notified of your arrival, esteemed guests. Just as the guard finished his sentence, the door opened, and a handsome and tall middle-aged man with a profound aura walked out of the building and stared at Yuan with a sharp gaze. 5th-level spirit warrior. How old is this young man? He doesn't look any older than my daughter. Patriarch Xian was filled with surprise after seeing his cultivation base and young appearance. However, what shocked him the most was Xiao Hua's formidable presence, who was naturally emitting a profound aura, yet he could not see the full extent of her cultivation base despite being a spirit master himself. A real expert. She's a real expert, he cried inwardly. Chapter 60, What the Heck Happened to You? You must be Taoist Yuan. I am the patriarch of the Xian family and Xian Wuhan's father, Xiao. Thank you for taking the time to visit our humble family. Patriarch Xian clasped his hands together and bowed to them respectfully with a friendly smile on his face. Thank you for having me. Yuan followed his movements and returned the bow. Please come inside. Yuan and Xiao Hua then followed him into the massive building. Welcome, esteemed guests. 2 rows of servants, standing parallel to each other, bowed to them in unison as they entered the house. Once they were in the guest room, the servants served them tea, and Patriarch Xian spoke as Yuan held the teacup. I have heard about you from my daughter, Taoist Yuan, and I must say, you are as talented as... No, you have exceeded my expectations. Reaching the 5th level spirit warrior realm at such a young age, I can only imagine how talented your master must be. And I cannot help but ask, just how old are you this year? Patriarch Xian looked at him with clear eyes filled with interest. I turned 18 3 months ago, Yuan responded casually. 18, Patriarch Xian exclaimed, nearly standing up from shock. Although Yuan looked young, he did not really expect him to be such a young man, since appearance is the most deceptive part about cultivators, with Xiao Hua as the perfect example. Follow current novels on Light Novel Pub/com. Unbelievable. I thought you were near my daughter's age, maybe even slightly older, but alas, to think you were actually younger than her by 3 years. Patriarch Xian praised him without feeling any shame, even feeling a little envious of his talent. And while he wanted to ask Yuan about his background, Patriarch Xian did not want to appear too inquisitive on their first meeting. It was at this moment the door to the room opened, and a beautiful young lady wearing subtle yet striking makeup entered the room. Yuan turned around to look at Xian Wuhan and smiled upon seeing her. Hello, Xian Wuhan. I have come to visit you. Taoist Yuan, thank you for... What the heck happened to you? Xian Wuhan suddenly exclaimed in a shocked tone midway through her sentence, dumbfounding Yuan and Patriarch Xian. Yuan watched with wide eyes as Xian Wuhan ran towards him in an aggressive manner. How are you already at the 5th level spirit warrior realm? The last time I saw you, you were only at the 1st level, and that was only a few days ago. She looked at him with a gawking face. What? Patriarch Xian stood up from shock after hearing his daughter's baffling words. Not even a cultivating monster can improve their cultivation so quickly. Just what kind of background does Yuan have? Visit Lee/GetNovelPub.com for the best novel reading experience. WL. A few things have occurred since the auction house, Yuan said with a weird smile on his face. You must have quite the fortunate encounter to raise your cultivation so quickly. How envious. I also want a fortunate encounter. Xian Wuhan sighed loudly. I wouldn't call them fortunate events, though. Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile. Anyway, what brings you to Spring City? Don't tell me you are here just to see me? She asked him with flickering eyes. I'm meeting with my sister here, Yuan calmly responded. Oh, Xian Wuhan mumbled, feeling somewhat disappointed. Then how long do you plan on staying here? She asked a moment later. I'm not sure, but it probably won't be long, he said. Do you have a place to stay? If not, you can stay here for the time being. We have plenty of guest rooms. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub.com. That probably won't be necessary, since I will be meeting with my sister in a few hours. Thank you for the offering, though. Don't worry. If you ever need a place to stay, you know where to go, she said to him. What about dinner? It's being prepared right now, Patriarch Xian suddenly said. I can stay for that. Yuan nodded. While they waited for dinner to be ready, Xian Wuhan asked Yuan about his activities after they separated from the auction house. Yuan then told them about his encounter with the demonic spider and the mountain lord at Pang City. Both Xian Wuhan and Patriarch Xian listened to his adventure with dropping jaws. How can so much happen in just a few days? Furthermore, it doesn't explain how he managed to improve his cultivation base so quickly. You said that you don't belong to any sect, right? Do you intend on joining one in the future? Xian Wuhan asked him afterward. I honestly don't know. I haven't seen enough of this world yet to want to stay in one place for an extended amount of time, he said. The source of his content is li/gh/tno/v/lpub. Com. If that is your only concern, then I don't think you need to worry because only the newer disciples have their movements and activities limited to within the sect, mostly for their own safety. Xian Wuhan said, and she continued, inner disciples and core disciples, such as myself, have plenty of freedom. In fact, most of us spend more time outside than inside the sect. Take me, for example. I belong to a sect, yet I spend more time outside than at the sect. As long as I don't slack and continue to progress my cultivation, they won't restrict my movements. And with your talents and your current cultivation, it's almost guaranteed that you will become a core disciple the instant you join a sect. If you're still worried, then you can join my sect. My grandfather is an elder at the sect, and with his backing, even the sect leader will have to think twice before doing anything to you. Hearing her words, Yuan nodded and said, I will think about it. Although he wasn't interested in sects at first, if he wants to have a better understanding of cultivators, he should live around them for some time. And since Xian Wuhuan has reassured him that he won't have his freedom limited, it seemed like the perfect time to join one. However, because he still needed his sister's opinion on this matter, he won't make any decisions for now. Chapter 61 Meeting with Yu Rou. Take as long as you need to think about it. Although it's very common for cultivators to join a sect, it's not something you should take lightly, as it will more likely than not affect the rest of your life. Xian Wuhan said to him, and if you ever decide to join a sect, come to the Dragon Essence Temple. It's one of the top sects in the world, and also where I am currently. They'll treat you nicely. I can guarantee you that. Yuan nodded. I will keep that in mind. Sometime later, once dinner was ready, Xiao Hua asked Yuan after they were seated at the dining table, are you going to be okay with so little food, Brother Yuan? Because the Xian family is not aware of Yuan's eating habits, she was worried that the food might not even fill the gap between his teeth. Although it won't be enough to fill my stomach, I don't need a full stomach every time I eat something, he said a moment later. Xiao Hua no longer said anything, and they began eating shortly later. Many minutes later, after dinner, Yuan said to the Xian family, thank you for the wonderful dinner. I have to go now. You're leaving already? It's already dark outside. Xian Wuhan said to him, seemingly reluctant to see him leave so quickly. I would like to stay for longer, but my sister should be arriving soon, and I have promised her that I won't make her wait for long. Visit li/tnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Is that so? Xian Wuhan nodded and said, then promise me that you'll come to visit me again in the future. She then extended her hand to him, like she was asking for a handshake. Yuan did not hesitate to shake her hands and said, I promise. Once Yuan and Xiao Hua left the building a few moments later, Patriarch Xian said to her, you really like him, huh? I have never seen you act so friendly toward another man before. Even though he's extremely talented and powerful, it isn't obvious at glance, and that doesn't change even after you speak with him. He's a very kind and humble individual despite his status, completely opposite of the arrogant geniuses that I am used to seeing on a daily basis. It's a refreshing feeling, Xian Wuhan said with a gentle smile on her face. I cannot argue with that. Talented cultivators like him are very rare nowadays. They're usually filled with arrogance, and the more talented they are, the worse their character. It only makes one wonder what kind of background he's from. Patriarch Xian nodded in an approving manner. Why don't you go talk to your grandfather? Let him know about the situation and see if he can convince Taoist Yuan to join the sect, he suddenly suggested. However, Xian Wuhan shook her head and said, I will let Grandpa know about his existence, but I won't tell him to convince Taoist Yuan. We can't look desperate, after all. Meanwhile, outside the building, Yuan said to Xiao Hua, I'm going to log off for now. For more, visit li/t/novelpub.com. See you later, Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua said to him before disappearing into the necklace. A few moments later, Yuan left the cultivation world and proceeded to wait for Yu Rou to return in the real world. Brother, I'm back. I can finally play with you tomorrow. Yu Rou's excited voice resounded outside his room, and Yuan could hear the sound of her running in the hallway. Welcome back, Yu Rou, Yuan said to her with a smile on his face after she entered his room a moment later. Let me change out of my school uniform and prepare dinner for you first. I will be right back, Yu Rou said to him, and she ran outside before Yuan could even tell her to calm down. About half an hour later, Yu Rou returned to his room with all of the necessities on a small cart. How was your day, brother? Do you think you'll be able to make it to Spring City by tomorrow morning? Yu Rou asked him as she wiped his skinny body with a warm, wet towel. You have underestimated me, Yu Rou. I'm already in Spring City. Yuan responded with a smile. Really? I bet you were already close to it. Yu Rou said, completely unaware that had traveled over 30,000 miles and spent 350,000 gold coins just to get there. Visit lig/tnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. You have no idea. Yuan said, and what do you mean tomorrow morning? Can you not play tonight? I would love to play tonight, but I have piano practice at home early tomorrow morning, so I have to sleep right after this, she said as she changed the wet towel and wiped his body for the second time. I see. Then I will also sleep early tonight to make time pass by faster, Yuan said. After cleaning and feeding Yuan, Yu Rou went to shower and eat her own dinner before going to sleep, not even bothering to spend a few minutes on the internet, as usual. The following morning, Yu Rou woke up early and spent 2 hours with piano practice before returning to Yuan's room to wash his face and feed a breakfast. Let's meet at the front of the city by the entrance, Yu Rou said to Yuan as she wiped his lips after breakfast. Sound good. I will see you there, Yuan said. A few minutes later, Yuan entered the game while Yu Rou returned to her own room. Visit leaf//getnovelp/com for a better experience, Xiao Hua. Let's go. We're going to meet my sister now. Xiao Hua nodded her head, feeling slightly nervous for some reason. By the way, can you do me a favor? Yuan suddenly asked her as they walked to the front of the city. What is it, brother Yuan? She looked at him. Can you not call me Yuan when we are with my sister? I'd like to surprise her later, he said. Xiao Hua tilted her head with a puzzled expression on her face after hearing his words. It's a bit complicated, but my real name is not really Yuan. I mean, it is, but it isn't at the same time, he revealed to her. Chapter 62 Yu Tian. Then what should Xiao Hua call brother Yuan? She asked him. Tian. Yu Tian. That is my real name, Yuan said to her. Xiao Hua understands, brother Tian. She nodded her head. Thank you, Xiao Hua. Yuan and Xiao Hua continued to approach the city's entrance. Many minutes later, they arrived at the city gate, and to their surprise, there was a small crowd gathered there and looking like they were surrounding something, and they were all young men. Fairy lady, what is your name? I am Bai Chun from the Heavenly Tiger Academy. Forget about him, young fairy. My father is an elder at the prestigious Nine Crane sect. Why are you standing here by yourself, young lady? Are you waiting for someone? Why don't you come with me instead? A clear and delightful-sounding voice suddenly interrupted these young men. I am sorry, but I have no interest in accompanying any of you, and I already have a schedule with someone else. This content is taken from lightnovelpub//com. Are you saying this person you're waiting for is more important than me? Yin Zhou, inner disciple of the mighty Jade Fist Mountain? An arrogant voice resounded afterward. That's right, the feminine voice responded, sounding as calm as a still pond. This person is more important to me than anything else in the world. This voice belongs to... Yuan could instantly recognize this beautiful voice, even if she mumbled a single word with 1,000 people talking loudly around her. The audacity! I don't care if you have a pretty face, but how dare you slap my face before my fellow disciples? Yu Rou. Yuan shouted her name as he approached the crowd. Brother? Yu Rou's eyes flickered brightly after hearing his voice. Although it sounded clearer and more energetic than usual, she would never mistake his voice for another's. Who the hell are you? The crowd around Yu Rou immediately turned their attention to Yuan with frowns, who wore a calm on his face. Oh, are you perhaps the person she's waiting for? The person that's more important than me? Then you have exactly 3 seconds to turn around and leave Before the man could even finish his sentence, Yuan took a step forward and swung his sword at speed that could not be followed with one's eyes, stopping directly before the man's neck. Follow current novels on lightnov/lpub////com. I don't care who you are. You have 3 seconds to leave her alone before I send you to hell. Yuan spoke in a cold and demanding voice, his gaze filled with a dreadful feeling that threatened to destroy anything that dares to disobey his command. Feeling the cold blade pressing against his neck, the man named Zhou didn't even dare to swallow. This young man is in the 5th-level spirit warrior realm. He's definitely a genius disciple from a renowned sect. I cannot mess with him. Zhou cried inwardly after sensing the powerful aura emitting from Yuan's body. There must have been a misunderstanding, young master. I will immediately leave. Once the disciples from the Jade Fist Mountain left, the others also left in silence, not daring to offend this mysterious expert that came out of nowhere. Brother Yuan. Xiao was dumbfounded by the fierceness shown by Yuan just now, as this is her first time seeing him emit killing intent towards another human being. In fact, she didn't even know he could be this domineering. When the path between the siblings was cleared and Yu Rou could finally see the tall and handsome young man that stood not too far away from her, she covered her mouth from shock, and her eyes flickered with many emotions simultaneously, causing it to become teary. You're taller than I anticipated, Yu Rou. Yuan spoke with a warm smile on his face, his gaze at the beautiful young lady before him. Brother Tian, Yu Rou was speechless, even though she had prepared in advance what she wanted to say to him. After seeing her brother, who had been crippled for nearly his entire life, standing and looking completely healthy, she was simply at a loss for words. This content is taken from l//i/gitnovelp/ub. Come, what's wrong, Yu Rou? Why aren't you saying anything? Cat's got your tongue? Yuan said to her after waiting long enough. Brother Tian, wah. In response to his words, Yu Rou lunged herself at him with her arms wide open while crying out loud. I cannot believe it. You look even better than I imagined you would if you were healthy. Yuan immediately opened his arms to catch her in his embrace before hugging her tightly, something he has been wanting to do for many years but was not physically capable of. However, with Cultivation Online's 100% immersive system, it finally allowed Yuan to feel Yu Rou's warmth, and it allowed Yu Rou's dream to witness Yuan being healthy again to come true. And albeit they were only inside a game and not in the real world, it still meant a great deal to them. Yes, you also look a lot different than I imagined, Yuan said to her. A few minutes later, once Yu Rou cried enough and calmed down, Yuan said to her, let me introduce you to my little friend who has been with me since the beginning and helped me a great deal since then. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if not for her, I wouldn't be here right now. I have said this before, but she's like another little sister to me now. Yu Rou turned to look at the pretty young girl standing behind Yuan. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. What a pretty girl. She looks just like a doll. Yu Rou was surprised by Xiao's doll-like appearance. There's no doubt that Xiao would grow up to be a very beautiful woman. Nice to meet you, Brother Tian's sister. Xiao is Xiao. She introduced herself a moment later. She's an NPC, right? Why is she talking in third person? Yu Rou asked Yuan. Is that weird? I find it very cute, Yuan said. Cute. Yu Rou looked at him with slightly narrowed eyes. Anyways, I am called Yu Rou. Since Brother Tian treats you like a little sister, let's try to get along, okay? Yu Rou extended her hands towards Xiao for a handshake. Xiao nodded and shook her hands, yet there was this fierce atmosphere between the two of them, almost like they were standing on an invisible battlefield. Chapter 63, Cultivators Haven. After shaking hands with Xiao, Yu Rou turned to look at Yuan's handsome appearance some more, almost as though she was trying to engrave his image into her soul. Anyway, now that we are together, what do you want to do, Yu Rou? Yuan asked her a moment later. I haven't really thought about it, but I would like to raise my cultivation a little bit first. I don't want to be a burden, after all. You don't have to worry about that since I will never see you as a burden. In fact, I would like you to rely on me, as I can only do something for you in this world. Yuan said to her, Thank you, brother. She nodded. Xiao, are there any quiet places we can go so she can cultivate peacefully? Yuan then asked her. We can rent a cultivation room, she quickly said. They are made specifically for these kinds of situations where cultivators need a place to cultivate in peace, but do not have a place of their own. A cultivation room? That sounds very interesting, Yu Rou said. Where can we find one? There are at least one in every city, so there should be one here too. Let's ask around, Yuan suggested. This content is taken from Light Novel/Ub. Come a few minutes later, after speaking with some of the pedestrians, they learned of a place called Cultivators Haven that was only a few blocks away, so they began making their way towards that place. Sometime later, they stood before a large and tall building that had over 20 floors, resembling a pagoda. Once they entered the building, one of the receptionists there noticed them and immediately waved her hands at them. Welcome to Cultivators Haven. How may I assist you? The beautiful lady asked them once they approached her. Hello, we would like to rent a room for cultivation. Yuan responded. The receptionist looked at them and asked, One room for each of you, or just one room? One room is fine, he said. Then how long would you like to rent the room for? Yuan turned to look at Yu Rou and asked her how long. Visit Li/Novelpub. Com for the best novel reading experience. I don't want to spend too much time on cultivation when I am with you, so a few hours is enough, Yu Rou said. Yuan nodded and returned to the receptionist. 4 hours is enough. However, the receptionist responded with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, but we cannot rent the room for less than 24 hours at a time. Though, you can leave at any time you want. Okay, then we'll do 24 hours. Yuan nodded. Thank you. Now as for the room itself, which floor would you like a room in? What's the difference? Yuan asked. We have a total of 21 rooms available in our Cultivators Haven, and the higher floor you go, the more effective your cultivation will be since we have placed special arrays to improve the quality of spirit qi in that room. Of course, it all comes at a higher cost. The rooms on floors 1 to 9 will have normal quality spirit qi, whilst floors 10 to 20 will have higher quality spirit qi, about a 30% improvement compared to cultivating outside normally, and the rooms on floors 1 to 9. As for the rooms at the peak of the building, the 21st floor, it's about a 50% improvement. There are only 3 rooms available on that floor, and 2 of them are already occupied. Which floor would you like a room on? The receptionist asked him after explaining their structure to him. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightno/v/l/pub/com. I want the room on the 21st floor. Yuan responded without hesitation, as he only wanted the best for Yu Rou and would not accept anything less than the best. Are you sure, esteemed guest? ITLL cost 1,000 gold coins to use the 21st floor rooms for 24 hours, and you'll only be using it for a few hours. The receptionist seemed slightly taken aback. 1,000 gold coins. Yu Rou's eyes widened with shock, and she quickly tugged at Yuan's sleeves. Brother, you don't have to spend so much money on me. We'll only be here for a few hours. However, Yuan shook his head with a resolute expression on his face. Nonsense. This is the only way I can repay you for your sacrifices in the real world, and I am not going to be humble about it. I will pay for the room, even if it costs 100,000 gold coins. Yuan quickly placed the money on the counter before Yu Rou could further persuade him and repeated, I want a room on the 21st floor for 24 hours. Right away, esteemed guest. The receptionist accepted the money with a bright smile on her face, as this would reflect positively on her position as someone who managed to rent out such an expensive room. Brother, to think you'd really spend 1,000 gold coins without blinking an eye. How on earth did you obtain such wealth, anyway? Most players have at most a few dozen gold coins after grinding for days, and even the richest players out there that spend real money on the game wouldn't dare to spend so lavishly. Yu Rou sighed loudly, shocked speechless by Yuan's unhealthy spending habit. Alas, if only she knew that had spent 350,000 gold coins just to meet her. One could only imagine the face she'd make then. If you don't mind me asking for your name, esteemed guest, the source of this content is lig/tnav//lpub. Yu Tian. Yuan stuttered. Young Master Yu Tian, right? Please give me a moment to bring you the key. A few moments later, the receptionist returned with a circular medallion that appeared to be made from some sort of jade or crystal and handed it to Yuan. The time will start from the moment you open the door with the key, and once the 24 hours is up, the room will block all spirit chi from entering the room. The receptionist explained to him afterward. I see. Thank you, Yuan said to her before walking up the stairs with the group. Chapter 64, Xiao's Mission. After walking up 20 flights of stairs, Yuan and his small group finally reached the 21st floor. On this floor, there existed only 3 doors made of stone that were eventually distanced from each other and a stone tablet right beside each door. 2 of the 3 stone tablets already had a key inserted into the hole, signaling that it was already occupied. Therefore, Yuan and the others walked to the stone tablet that had an empty keyhole. After inserting the key into the keyhole, the stone door began to tremble before it started opening. However, it was unlike any normal door, and it opened by levitating off the ground. Once they walked into the empty room, the stone door closed itself, sealing them inside. A few moments later, the empty room began filling with rich and dense spiritual energy, and a large drawing resembling a magic circle appeared on the floor that spread throughout the entire room. Wow, this feels entirely different from the spirit chi from the outside. Yuan expressed his surprise after feeling the spiritual energy in the room. There's a special array in the room that attracts spirit chi and increases its quality. Xiao explained to him. Array? What is that? Yuan continued to ask her. Arrays are also known as formations, and they are techniques with an area of effect created by array masters, and anything inside that formation will have to obey the law set by the formation master within the array. For example, if one were to set a movement restriction array inside this room, we would have our movements restricted in some way until we leave this room. I see. So that's what these weird symbols on the floor are, Yuan said as he looked at the massive magic circle on the floor. New novel chapters are published on lig/tnav//lpub/com. Array circles usually reveal themselves after activation, hence why they are often used as traps by array masters, Xiao said to him. Anyway, I'm going to start cultivating now, Yu Rou suddenly said as she sat down in the middle of the room in the lotus position. A few moments later, her breathing calmed down and became somewhat rhythmic. You have cultivated for the first time. Unlocking Qi experience. A notification appeared before her as she absorbed her first Qi. Due to Qi gathering array, your Qi absorption rate has increased slightly, 1/5, 0003/5, 0004/5, 000. The source of this content is live//tnavelpub/com 6/5, 0007/5, 0009/5, 000. While Yu Rou cultivated in silence, Yuan mumbled to Xiao in a low voice to not distract Yu Rou. Xiao, do you think you can let my sister learn the divine grade technique too? He asked her. However, Xiao quickly shook her head and said, because Xiao is not from the lower heaven. Xiao cannot help those in the lower heaven, or she will be punished by the heavens. Huh? Then why are you helping me? Yuan looked at her with a baffled face. Because Xiao has chosen Brother Tian, to assist her with the Supreme Heaven's legacy, and Xiao can only help those who are participating in the legacy. I have heard this before, but what exactly is the Supreme Heaven's legacy? For more, visit Li/Gitnovelp/com. The Supreme Heaven's Legacy is a mission given to Xiao Hua by the heavens that she must fulfill, and Xiao Hua's mission is to find someone who can climb the stairway to heaven and reach the Supreme Heaven. Why are you burdened with this mission? And what happens if you fail? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, feeling more confused than in the beginning. However, Xiao Hua did not immediately respond to him, even looking hesitant on speaking, almost like she was afraid of something. If you don't want to tell me now, you don't have to. Tell me whenever you feel ready. I'll always be willing to listen, Yuan said to her a moment later. Thank you, Brother Tian. She nodded with a relieved look on her face. Then can you tell me about this stairway to heavens? He continued to ask. Yes, the stairway to heaven is a path that will lead one to a higher realm if they manage to pass the challenges on that path. Oh, I remember you saying something about defeating the Realm Guardian before we can ascend to a higher realm. Yuan suddenly recalled his conversation with her around the time he defeated the Jade Frog. Xiao Huan nodded and continued. There are multiple stairways to heaven in this world, and there's a Realm Guardian at the end of every stairway before one can ascend to the next realm. Updated from lightnov/l//pub. C/OM. Then where is this stairway to heaven? I would like to see it. Brother Tian is still too weak to challenge the stairway to heaven. He'll only die if he went right now. Xiao Hua spoke to him with a serious expression on her face. At what level should I challenge it then? Spirit Grandmaster. That's the lowest requirement for climbing the stairway to heaven, even if you are a genius, she quickly replied. Spirit Grandmaster. That's quite far away. Yuan sighed. With Brother Tian's talent, he'll reach Spirit Grandmaster in no time. Xiao Hua spoke in a confident voice. About an hour later, Yu Rou opened her eyes and spoke in an excited voice. Brother, I have entered the first-level Spirit Apprentice and became a Cultivator. You have succeeded in breaking through your mortal shackles, becoming a Spirit Apprentice. All stats plus 50. Follow current novels on Li/Knov/Pub. Congratulations, Yu Rou, Yuan said to her with a smile on his face. I'm going to cultivate some more before we start our adventure. Please be patient with me, just a little longer, Brother Tian, she said. Take as long as you need. I won't complain no matter how long you make me wait, Yuan said with a bittersweet smile on his face. If Yu Rou has the patience to take care of him nearly every day for the past 5 years without uttering a single complaint, he definitely won't complain about a few mere hours. Chapter 65, Spoiling Yu Rou. After spending another hour inside the cultivation room, Yu Rou entered the second-level Spirit Apprentice realm. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached second-level Spirit Apprentice. All stats plus 75. 2 more hours later, she entered the third-level Spirit Apprentice. You have absorbed enough Qi for a breakthrough. You have reached third-level Spirit Apprentice. All stats plus 100. Brother, I have cultivated enough. Let's do something else. Yu Rou said to him afterward. Are you sure? You can cultivate some more if you want, he said to her. New novel chapters are published on Li/GHDN/OvalPub.com. Honestly, I want to continue cultivating because I don't want to waste the 1,000 gold coins you'd spend to rent this room, but I also don't want to waste time cultivating here. Yu Rou sighed with a perplexed expression on her face. I'm telling you, it's only 1,000 gold coins. I can earn that much by killing a few monsters and selling their monster cores, he said to her. Really? You can earn that much money from fighting monsters? Yu Rou looked at him with suspicious eyes. If one could earn money using that method, wouldn't everyone be rich with gold coins by now? Of course. Yuan nodded. Anyway, if you want to leave, let's go buy you some equipment. We cannot have you leaving the city bare-handed, he said to her. Yu Rou nodded and followed Yuan outside the room. But before they could leave, they had to pull a lever next to the door so that it would open. After leaving the room, Yuan took the key from the stone tablet and walked downstairs with the others. There are still 20 hours left. Give it to the next person that comes here, Yuan said as he handed the dumbfounded receptionist the key. Esteemed guest, you can simply keep this key with you and use it the next you come to our Cultivators Haven. Furthermore, we have many branches across the eastern continent, and as long as you have this key, you can rent a room in any of the other branches. The receptionist explained to him. The source of this content is light/no/velpub. C/OM, really? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Then he'll give it to my little sister here. She can use it in the future. Since he can cultivate by consuming monster cores, he didn't need to use niche places like the Cultivators Haven to improve his cultivation. I would also like to spend 30,000 gold coins to buy more time in case she needs it in the future, Yuan said as he handed the money to the surprised receptionist. All right away, esteemed guest. The receptionist quickly accepted the money and ran to the back. Brother, Yu Rou suddenly called out to him. What? He turned to look at her with an innocent-looking face. 30,000 gold coins? Even if you have that much money, you shouldn't have spent it on me. She quickly lectured him. 30,000 gold coins were worth about $300,000 in the real world. It was a massive fortune to spend on anything, much less renting out some cultivation room. Trust me, Yu Rou, it's only 30,000 gold coins. Your brother has plenty left, and it's a good investment in case we cannot play together and you want to improve your cultivation in a safe environment. Although it may seem overboard, you are already behind the majority of the players in terms of cultivation, and this will help you catch up even if it's only a little. Updated from lightnovelpub.com, Yu Rou was speechless, mostly because what Yuan said made sense. There will definitely be days where they won't be able to play with each other, and if she wants to improve cultivation during such days, she can simply go to the Cultivators Haven and cultivate safely and peacefully, as she didn't like fighting or shedding blood. A few minutes later, the receptionist returned with a new key and handed it to Yuan. Esteemed guest, there is 40 days worth of time in this key. Please keep it safe. Huh? 40 days? Yuan raised his eyebrows, as the math didn't add up. Yes, we have decided to give you 10 days as a bonus for doing business with us, the receptionist said with a smile on her face. Cultivators Haven has been added to your associations. Your relationship with Cultivators Haven has slightly increased from doing business with them. I see. Thank you. Yuan accepted the new key before giving it to Yu Rou. Thank you, brother. She accepted the key. Oh, I happen to have an extra storage pouch here. You can take this and keep your items inside, Yuan said as he handed her a storage pouch. Since he also has a spatial ring, he didn't need a storage pouch. For more, visit lightnov//ulpub.com. You also have a storage pouch? Just how on earth did you obtain such a rare treasure? Only a handful of players have a storage pouch, and they're all top players. Yu Rou looked at him with wide eyes. Did he really just play around this entire time? There is simply no way that a casual player would have so much money at this point of the game, much less a storage pouch. Just what on earth has he been doing in this game? Ah, it was given to me as a gift, Yuan said. A gift? Whoever gave you this must be incredibly rich and generous. Yu Rou sighed in admiration. Anyway, let's find a store and get you some equipment, Yuan said a moment later. I feel bad for making you waste so much money on me, brother. You are spoiling me too much. I am only getting started, he responded with a proud expression, feeling refreshed that he can finally be of help to Yu Rou. In fact, I'm going to spoil you until I am satisfied. Yu Rou merely shook her head and spoke with a bittersweet smile. Although I am grateful, don't blame me when you are out of money. I can simply hunt a few monsters and sell their monster core at that time, he said with a bright smile on his face, and they began walking around Spring City in search of an equipment store. Chapter 66, Spirit Weaver. After walking around the city for some time, Yuan and the others finally decided on an equipment store that was named Spring City's Spiritual Treasures. Once they entered the store, the middle-aged man behind the counter shouted, "Welcome to our equipment store. What kind of equipment are the young ones looking for?" Hmm. What kind of weapon do you want to use? Yuan asked her. I'm not sure, but something light and small is preferred, she said. Something light and small, huh? The middle-aged man began to ponder for a moment before speaking. We have daggers, throwing knives, and fans. Which of these suit the young lattice taste more? Fans? They are considered as weapons? Yuan was surprised, as this is his first time hearing such a thing. Of course, anything can be a weapon in the hands of a cultivator. However, fans are not commonly used due to their fragile appearance and weak presence, and most people prefer something that looks strong or cool, something like a sword. The middle-aged man explained to him. Can I look at the fans? Yu Rou then asked. Sure thing. These are the best fans we have in store at the moment. The middle-aged man then retrieved a long wooden box from the room behind and placed it on the counter. Visit lee/getnovellepub.com for the best novel reading experience upon opening the box. 3 beautiful fans that seemed to be made of special materials were revealed to Yu Rou. Wow, it's beautiful. Yu Rou quickly became fond of these fans. However, her excitement disappeared as quickly after seeing the prices for these fans. Jade fan. Grade, spirit, quality, high. Physical strength required, 100. Mental strength required, 250. Price, 60,000 gold. The source of this content is lie/t/novelpub/c/om, red metal fan, quality, high. Physical strength required, 170. Mental strength required, 300. Price, 75,000 gold. Spirit Weaver. Quality. Peak. Physical strength required. 50. Mental strength required. 300. Follow current novels on lee/getnovellepub/com. Price. 200,000 gold. Do you have something less expensive? A common fan is fine too, Yu Rou said to the middle-aged man while sighing inwardly. There was simply no way that she could shamelessly ask her brother to buy something so expensive for her after had already wasted 30,000 gold on her. If you want something normal, you can find them on the shelves over there. Most of them are less than 5 gold coins. The middle-aged man spoke as he pointed at the wooden shelves by the window. However, Yuan suddenly spoke as the middle-aged man prepared to close the wooden box. Wait, I will buy the Spirit Weaver. Eh? The middle-aged man immediately stopped his movements to look at Yuan, as did Yu Rou, who stared at him with a gawking expression on her face. Don't look at me like that, Yu Rou. I know you want it since you were staring so intensively at it. Yuan said to her with a smile as he paid the shopkeeper. Even if I want it, you can't spend 200,000 gold just like that. Just how much money do you have, brother? She said to him, wondering if he had taken out a loan from somewhere shady. I have enough, he said with a smile. New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpu//b. Come, thank you for the purchase, young master. The middle-aged man changed the way he addressed Yuan, even speaking in a more respectful voice. After counting the money, the middle-aged man handed the beautiful white fan to him and said, the reason this one is more expensive than the others is not only because of its peak quality, but because this treasure was born naturally, and naturally born treasures are naturally more expensive than man-made treasures. After accepting the white fan, Yuan extended his arms at Yu Rou and said to her, money is meant to be spent or else it isn't worth anything, Yu Rou. Furthermore, this is only a game. Accept it. While that is true, you still shouldn't spend so lavishly. Who do you think you are? Player Yuan? The richest player in the game? Yu Rou shook her head with a defeated smile on her face. The smile on Yuan's face immediately stiffened after hearing her words, and he didn't dare to respond to her question, fearing that he might reveal his identity sooner than had planned. A few moments later, Yu Rou looked at the Spirit Weaver with sparkling eyes. This fan is truly beautiful. While I still want to fight using servants in the future, I definitely won't stop using this fan either. Hearing Yu Rou's words, the shopkeeper suddenly said, if you want servants, you can simply go to the beast contract shop that's down the street. You can find all sorts of beasts there. Really? Let's go take a look, brother, Yu Rou quickly said to him. The source of this content is l/i/n/ovalpub. /com. Okay, he nodded. They left the equipment store shortly later and then went straight to the beast contract shop that was mentioned by the middle-aged man. Welcome to our beast contract store. Are you looking to form a contract with a beast today, young guests? The receptionist behind the counter called out to them after seeing them enter the store. We're just looking around for now, Yu Rou said. Perhaps I can help you with what you're looking for. What kind of beasts are you looking to get? We have matured beasts, young beasts, and even ones that are waiting to hatch. You sell even unhatched beasts? How does that work? I thought you can only form a contract with beasts with a will. Yu Rou asked. We simply do what's called a forced contract, which will forcefully establish a relationship between the unhatched beast and the seller, so that they will be contracted to you immediately after their birth. Most customers tend to go for unhatched beasts because they're much easier to train than the young ones, while the mature ones are harder to control. Of course, unhatched beasts are also more expensive than the others. Do you want to buy a servant here, Yu Rou? Yuan asked her some time later. She shook her head and said, No, I don't think I want to form a contract in such an unhealthy manner. I'd rather not force a contract and find a beast that's willing to become my servant, which will make our relationship that much more trustworthy and real. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. I understand, Yuan nodded. Chapter 67, Repeatable Quests. After leaving the contract beast store, Yuan asked Yu Rou, What do you want to do now that you have a weapon? Since this is a game, we should be completing quests and clearing dungeons for rewards, right? She said to him, What have you been doing with Xiao? She then asked, Well, we mostly wander the wilderness and fight monsters, he responded after a quick ponder. That's all you've been doing? What about quests? She looked at them with wide eyes. We completed only 2 quests so far. 2? And you somehow managed to obtain so much money. I don't believe you, brother. There must be something unique that you're doing differently from the other players for you to have so much money. Then do you want to hunt monsters with us? Of course. We'll only fight monsters at your level, Yuan suggested. However, she shook her head and said, We can fight monsters later. I want to experience more of this world first, so I'm going to do a few small quests. You know where to find quests? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience, son. Most shops hand out quests if you asked, she nodded. Where did you learn that? I didn't even know about that. He said, The internet is a wonderful source of information. You can learn almost everything on it. Anyway, this is how most players are earning their money, by doing quests and clearing dungeons. But since we have plenty of time to play together, I want to enjoy the casual things in this game with you before we start doing the serious stuff like clearing dungeons and hunting monsters. I'm okay with that, Yuan nodded. I will follow you around now, so lead the way. Okay. Yu Rou then led Yuan around Spring City until she found a medicine store and went inside. Hello, I'm looking for a quest. Does this store need assistance with something? Yu Rou asked the receptionist a moment later. The receptionist nodded and said, Oh, thank you for asking. I have been running low on some herbs, so if you don't mind, can you bring me 3 genes of spirit grass? They can be found 10 miles away from a city. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. You have received a quest from Mr. Chang's medicine shop. Quest, Gathering Spirit Grass. Difficulty, Easy. Quest description, Bring back 3 genes of spirit grass to Mr. Chang's medicine shop. Reward, 30 silver. We'll be back with the spirit grass. Yu Rou said to the old man before walking out of the store with Yuan. That's it. Yuan was surprised by how easy it was for them to receive quests. What did you expect, brother? Yu Rou looked at him weirdly. Nothing, it's just that compared to the quests I have done, this is kind of boring. This content is taken from lightnov/lpub.com. I don't know what kind of quests you've done, but this is quite normal for quests, and it's also very popular among the players since it's relatively safe and rewarding. 30 silvers are rewarding? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Compared to the rewards he's been given, 30 silvers is practically nothing. Seeing Yuan's doubtful look, Yu Rou said, 30 silvers may not seem much to someone as rich as you, but it's a considerable amount for other players. If one completes these quests 10 times, they would have enough for common equipment and whatnot. Repeatable quests. Yuan nodded. Anyway, let's go harvest some spear grass. I have already done some research last night about this place, so I know pretty much everything that's around Spring City, including the location of spear grass, Yu Rou said as she led Yuan outside the city. As expected of you, always prepared. Yuan smiled at her enthusiasm. Sometime later, they left Spring City and began making their way towards the spirit grass. Brother Tian, there are some low-level spirit apprentice beasts ahead. Xiao suddenly warned them. Yuan then said to Yu Rou, I will take care of them. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. Be careful, brother. She nodded. Yuan then retrieved the Starry Abyss and silently approached the monsters. Three-horned pig at the 3rd level spirit apprentice. This is a good time for me to use the Starry Abyss and practice my dagger skills. Yuan thought to himself. Once he was close enough, Yuan suddenly rushed forward and swung the Starry Abyss according to the techniques Head learned from the Thousand Knife techniques. Whoosh! The black dagger in Yuan's grasp flickered, and the 3 monsters were cleanly beheaded the following second without even having the chance to react. This feeling isn't that bad. Yuan looked at the Starry Abyss with a pleasantly surprised face. Meanwhile, Yu Rou stared at the scene with a shocked expression. His movements are so fast and crisp. I didn't even notice his arm had moved until he beheaded the monsters. She cried inwardly after witnessing Yuan's prowess. If only she knew that this is his first time wielding a dagger. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. /com. That was amazing, brother. You look like an entirely different person just now. She praised him afterward. I guess you weren't lying when you said that you had hunted a lot of monsters. Your cultivation must be fairly high right now. What's your cultivation, brother? She then asked him. That's a secret, he said with a mysterious smile on his face. Why would you keep that a secret? She raised her eyebrows. Because it's for a surprise I have for you later, he quickly replied. Yu Rou narrowed her eyes at him with a suspicious gaze. Seeing this, Yuan laughed nervously before saying, Anyway, now that the monsters are dealt with, let's continue. You're gonna leave just like that? What about these 3 monsters? Yu Rou suddenly asked him. What do you mean? What about these 3 monsters? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. For more, visit //lightnovel/pub. Don't tell me you were actually going to leave behind so much material on the ground. That's so wasteful. If we sell these monsters' meat and bones to the store, we can earn much more money, she explained to him. Oh, I never thought about that, he mumbled in a low voice. Chapter 68, Divine Sense. Did he really earn all that money just from selling monster cores? I cannot imagine how many monster cores one would need in order to earn hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Yu Rou shook her head helplessly as Yuan, who didn't even know about selling the monster's materials. Brother, we can either chop these pigs up like a butcher would and sell their materials separately, or just sell the whole corpse at once. Which method would you rather choose? We'd earn more money from selling the materials individually, but ITLL also require much more work, Yu Rou said to him a moment later. Let me chop them up for you, Yuan said to her. Do you know how to? Yu Rou looked at him with a doubting gaze. Butchering a whole monster is not something one can do without training and experience. Yes, I have this cooking technique called Thousand Knife Technique, and when I look at these corpses, my mind automatically tells me how to butcher with my dagger, almost like it's only natural, Yuan said to her. Really? But I am more interested in why you have a technique meant for cooking. She said to him, I'm not sure since I have never done it, but I feel very confident when looking at it. Yuan approached the 3-horned pigs with the Starry Abyss still in his grasp. He then kneeled in front of the corpses and began cutting monster corpses with the dagger. His movements were neither too slow nor too fast, with each cut done in a single smooth motion, making all of his movement appear extremely natural, almost like he has years of experience already. Wow, And you learned that from a cooking technique? Yu Rou mumbled in awe. Visit Light Novel Pub. Com for the best novel reading experience, yes. Do you want to learn it too? I still have the technique book with me, Yuan asked her. You can share techniques with others? Yu Rou raised her eyebrows. Well, no once we try it. Let me finish up butchering this pig, though. After completely butchering the first horned pig perfectly, Yuan began working on the second horned pig, and his movements appeared even cleaner than previously. As expected of Brother Tian, he's learning at an extremely fast pace. Xiao nodded her head in approval after seeing Yuan skillfully butcher the horned pigs. I'm not surprised, since my brother is a genius who learned to play nearly every instrument in the world professionally when he was only 5 years old, after all. Yu Rou also nodded her head, agreeing with Xiao. Brother Tian can play the instrument? Xiao looked at him with wide eyes. Is there something this guy can't do? Not only can he play the instrument, but he can play them flawlessly. There used to be tens of millions of people who admire. That's enough, Yu Rou. It's all in the past. There's no need to bring it up anymore. Yuan suddenly interrupted her with a solemn expression on his face. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. Como. I'm sorry, brother. I got too excited and brought up something I shouldn't have again. Yu Rou quickly realized her mistake and apologized to him. Although Yuan used to play the instrument, because of his illness that crippled his sight, he was forced to adapt to playing the instruments while blind and until he could no longer physically move his body. Seeing the depressing atmosphere around them, Xiao decided to not ask any questions for now and silently watch Yuan butcher the last horned pig. A few minutes later, once all 3 horned pigs were flawlessly butchered by Yuan, he tossed the materials into his spatial ring. I'm speechless, brother. Even though that was your first time butchering a pig, a monster, you didn't make a mess. Even your hands are clean. It's almost like you never did it. Yu Rou expressed her admiration for him once again. It's mostly thanks to the knife technique that I could even cut it at all, and this knife that made it much smoother, Yuan said. Here, why don't you take a look at the technique yourself? Yuan retrieved the 1,000-knife technique Head bought from the store and handed it to Yu Rou. It's like a book, she said as she began flipping through the pages. The most up-to-date novels are published on li/gh/tnovel/pub. Sometime later, Yu Rou finished reading the entire technique. She looked at Yuan with a tilted head and spoke. How did you learn the technique? I read the entire thing word by word and still don't have the skill. I did exactly what you just did. I read the book, Yuan said. He then turned to look at Xiao and asked her, are these techniques a one-time use thing? If I already learned a technique from it, others won't be able to do the same? However, Xiao shook her head and said, that's not possible. Techniques are not like monster cores where they disappear after one use. As long as you can comprehend the technique, you should be able to learn it. Then why can't I learn it? Yu Rou asked her. That's simply because you haven't comprehended the technique. Unless you are a cultivation prodigy like Brother Tian, who can comprehend something at a mere glance, you'll need to read that book over and over again until you can comprehend it. Of course, it is also possible that you are not compatible with the technique. If that's the case, you won't learn the technique no matter how many times you read it. However, that usually happens only with the more profound techniques, not some ordinary cooking technique. Oh, then I'll try again another time, Yu Rou said, sounding somewhat disappointed. Yuan and the others returned to finding the spirit grass shortly later. During their journey, they encountered 2 more monsters, both at the 2nd-level Spirit Apprentice realm, which Yuan swiftly and casually dealt with before spending some more time butchering. Follow current novels on Lighten/OvalPub. Yu Rou looked at the small pile of spirit grass on his hands with wide eyes. Why don't you try using your cultivation to sense the spirit grass instead of looking for them with your bare eyes? It's much easier and more efficient because they have a unique aura that distinguishes them from the rest, Yuan said to her. How do I do something like that? She raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. I'm not sure either. Yuan scratched his head, as it was such a natural feeling for him. Follow current novels on lightnov/l/pub/pub/com. Chapter 69 Player Killer. Brother Tian, divine sense is not something anyone can use, and they must have an appropriate cultivation before they can even learn it, Xiao said to him. Oh, is that so? Yuan nodded. Then I will continue to look for spirit grass with my divine sense. Once Yuan left to look for more spirit grass, Yu Rou turned to look at Xiao and said to her, "You know a lot of things despite your young age. Xiao has existed for longer than you think," she responded with a calm voice. "Yeah, then how old are you?" Yu Rou looked at her with wide eyes. However, Xiao did not respond to her, acting as though she was deaf. "You can't even tell a fellow lady?" Yu Rou insisted. "One's age does not matter when you are a cultivator," Xiao said, avoiding the question. Yu Rou shook her head inwardly and sighed after seeing Xiao's strong reluctance. Updated from light/novelpub. Anyway, I can't let Brother Tian do all of the work by himself. He'll also continue looking for spirit grass. Yu Rou returned to searching for spirit grass with her bare eyes. Half an hour later, Yuan returned to Yu Rou and Xiao with an abundant amount of spirit grass in his spatial ring. "I should have around 20 genes of spirit grass in my spatial ring right now," Yuan said to her. 20 genes? That's way more than what we need," Yu Rou said. "Yes, but if the quest is repeatable, we can complete it multiple times in a single run," Yuan said. "Oh, that's quite smart, brother. Meanwhile, I have only managed to find 2 genes worth of spirit grass." Yu Rou sighed. "Brother Tian, Xiao also gathered some spirit grass for you," Xiao said. "Thank you, Xiao. You can keep it to yourself until we need to hand it in," Yuan said to her. She nodded. Follow current novels on lig/tno/velpu/b.com. Now that we've completed the quest, let's return to the medicine store and hand in our spirit grass, Yu Rou said. Thus, they began making their way back to Spring City. However, on their way back, Yuan and his small group encountered another group of players that appeared to be heading in their direction. "Brother Tian, there are 4 cultivators at the 5th level Spirit Apprentice realm ahead," Xiao said to them way before the 2 groups even met. "They must be players that are doing the same quest," Yu Rou said. Once the 2 groups met, the other group asked them, "Hello, are you guys coming from the Spirit Grass location?" "Yes, that's right. It's just a mile that way." Yuan pointed in the direction they came from. The 4 players then exchanged gazes with each other and nodded with a determined gaze in their eyes before turning to look at Yuan again. "Since you know where to find more spirit grass and it's not too far away, why don't you do us a solid favor and hand over the ones you already have to us?" One of the players said to them, and the other 3 players drew their weapons. Visit l/i/tnov/lpub. Calm for a better experience, Yuan was speechless. Are they being robbed? In broad daylight? And before you get any ideas, let me warn you that there are 4 of us and only 3 of you. And one of them is a mere child. The player said, "What should we do, brother?" Yu Rou asked him as she grabbed his sleeves. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the 4 players and asked them a moment later, "The 4 of you are players, right? So what if we are? Hurry up and give us all of your spirit grass. Or do we have to take it from your corpses?" Yuan ignored the 4 players and turned to ask Yu Rou, "Can you confirm for me that if players die, they will respawn later?" Updated from lig/tno/velp/up. Yu Rou nodded and said, "If a player dies, they won't be able to control their character for an hour, and they'll respawn in the last city they were in. Are you going to kill them?" She asked him afterward. "Yes." He nodded with a cold expression on his face. Xiao looked at him with wide eyes. He's willingly going to kill 4 cultivators? What happened to his righteous speech about not wanting to kill anyone just a few days ago? Yuan retrieved the starry abyss and approached the 4 players with a cold gaze, and he spoke in a low voice. "I don't care if you want to rob us. I wouldn't have cared even if you wanted to kill me. However, threatening to kill my sister before me You have crossed a line that you should have never crossed. The four players looked at Yuan's serious expression and began laughing out loud. Are you going to fight the four of us by yourself? Who the hell do you think you are? Stop wasting our time and die already. One of the players suddenly rushed forward and swung the sword in his grasp at Yuan with sluggish movements, looking like a complete beginner with the sword. Follow current novels on /lightno/velpub. /. Yuan remained calm despite the sudden attack, even looking at the player with disdain in his eyes. You called it a sword attack? Yuan casually shifted his body and barely dodged the sword. The second he dodged the player's attack, Yuan jerked his hand forward, stabbing the player in the chest with the Starry abyss. The player stared at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief for a moment before falling onto the ground. You have killed your first player. You have gained the title Player Killer. He killed our brother. Kill him and avenge our brother. Visit live/tnovel/ub/com for a better experience. The remaining three players immediately sprang into action after witnessing their brother being killed by Yuan, their faces filled with anger. Thousand Knife Technique. However, Yuan swung the Starry Abyss before any of the players could even get close to him, and before the players could even react, a black light flashes right before their necks. Plop, 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 the three players collapsed onto the floor simultaneously a moment later with deep cuts in their necks. After killing the four players, Yuan stared at the corpses on the floor, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. I thought I wouldn't be able to kill people, but it was surprisingly easy. Yuan looked at his palms that were slightly trembling. However, he was not scared, nor was he traumatized by the experience. This is excitement, Yuan mumbled to himself in disbelief. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. When he fought the four players, he didn't see it as fighting another human. Instead, it felt no different than fighting monsters. Brother, are you okay? Yu Rou and Xiao approached him a moment later. Are you hurt anywhere? Yu Rou began patting him all over his body to check for injuries. Don't worry, I am not injured, he said with a reassuring smile. And then he continued, do you think he'll be punished for killing other players? I don't think so, since there are many player killers out there, but none of them have been punished for it, Yu Rou said to him. I see. That was your first time killing another player, right? How do you feel, brother? Yu Rou asked him afterward. I don't know, but one thing for sure is that I don't feel bad about it. And knowing that they don't die permanently made it much easier, he said. I won't let anyone hurt you, Yu Rou, no matter who they are. For more, visit lightnovelpo.b//com. Thank you, brother. Yu Rou nodded with a bashful expression on her slightly rosy face. What should we do with their corpses? Yuan asked sometime later. They'll respawn in an hour, so let's take their stuff before that happens, Yu Rou said as she began rummaging through their pockets. Why you're going to take their stuff? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes, as he didn't expect to see such savageness from her. Why not? You know that saying an eye for an eye? They tried to rob us, so it's only fair that we do the same to them. And it feels no different from dismantling a monster after killing it. Sometime later, Yu Rou returned with a disappointed expression on her face. Besides their weapons, they only had 15 silvers and some minor recovery pills on them. She sighed. I guess it's better than nothing. Sometime later, they continued walking back to Spring City. Xiao, can you tell us if there are people close to us? I don't want to risk running into more people like the ones just now, Yuan said to her. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Okay, she nodded. 2 hours later, they returned to Spring City, and then Mr. Chang's medicine shop. Welcome back, young lady. Did you find the spirit grass? The receptionist immediately recognized her beautiful face. Yes, we even brought more than you'd requested if you don't mind. Yu Rou said to him. Oh, that's perfect. They'll pay you 10 silver more for every extra gene of spirit grass you have for me. The receptionist then placed a scale on the counter and said, Throw everything you have on here. Yu Rou nodded and placed her 2 genes worth of spirit grass onto the scale. Then Yuan placed his 20 genes of spirit grass into the scale. You gathered 22 genes of spirit grass in such a short amount of time? I'm amazed. The receptionist exclaimed his admiration. New novel chapters are published on light/novelpub/. C/OM. Wait, we still have more. Yuan said and turned to look at Xiao. How much did you gather? He asked her. 318 genes, she responded calmly. Everyone in the store suddenly turned to look at her with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 70, Divine Crystal of Heavenly Fortune. I'm sorry, young lady, but I don't think I heard you properly just now. How much spirit grass did you say you have? The receptionist cleaned his ears with his pinky finger before asking. 318 genes of spirit grass, Xiao repeated in a calm voice. 318 genes. That's a whole year's worth of supply. And you mean to tell me that you gathered that much in a few hours? The receptionist stared at her with clear disbelief. Xiao retrieved her spatial ring before dumping out a small mountain of spirit grass onto the counter, crushing the entire scale flat. The receptionist and everyone else in the store was beyond words, as most of them have never seen so much spirit grass in one place before, and even Yuan and Yu Rou were staring at her with wide eyes. How on earth did she gather so much spirit grass? Unless she plucked the entire location of its spirit grass, there was no way she would have obtained so much. Anyway, no matter how you obtain these spirit grass, I will pay you for them. The receptionist spoke after snapping out of his daze. 340 genes of spirit grass will be worth 3,400 silver. Converted to gold coins will be 34 gold coins. Are you okay with this? The receptionist said to them. Why, yes, that's fine. Yu Rou nodded. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. A few minutes later, after the receptionist accepted the spirit grass, he handed 34 gold coins to Yu Rou. You have completed the quest, Gathering Spirit Chi. You have been rewarded with 34 gold coins. Congratulations on completing your first quest, Yu Rou, Yuan said to her with a smile on his face. And you can keep the gold for yourself. Thank you, brother. This is mostly due to you and Xiao. Yu Rou said. After leaving the medicine store, Yuan asked Yu Rou, what do you want to do now? After seeing how you had defeated those players with such ease, I have realized just how important it is to have a skill, so I want to use the money we just earned to buy some techniques. Yuan nodded and said, then let's find a store that sells some techniques that could be used with a fan. I know just the place, Yu Rou said, and she began leading Yuan and Xiao through the city again. New novel chapters are published on Li/Novelpub. About half an hour later, they reached this ordinary-looking building that gave the atmosphere of a library from the outside. Myriad of techniques, huh? Yuan read the sign above the door with a curious gaze. According to many players on the internet, one has a chance to obtain a free technique if they have perfect compatibility with it. Furthermore, this place sells the cheapest techniques in the entire city. Yu Rou said as she has had her eyes set on this place ever since she learned of it. Let's head inside, Yuan said. Once they entered the building, they were baffled by the luxurious interior of the building that looked the complete opposite of the outside appearance, feeling like they'd entered some exalted individual's expensive mansion instead. They were then greeted by a beautiful young lady who was wearing what appeared to be disciple robes. Welcome to Myriad of Techniques. Please place your hands on this crystal ball, as it will judge your qualifications. The young disciple said to them at the doorstep. Qualifications? Why must we qualify before we can buy techniques? Yuan asked her, as he couldn't comprehend the meaning behind their actions. We have 3 floors in this building with different quality and ranks of technique on each floor. Every guest will automatically have access to the first floor, but if they wish to buy techniques on the second or third floor, they must pass a simple test, she explained to him. New novel chapters are published on L/ItNovelPub. I see. Yu Rou, you can go first, Yuan said to her. She nodded her head before placing her hand on the crystal ball provided by the disciple. A few seconds later, The clear crystal ball began glowing a beautiful golden light. When the beautiful young lady saw this, her eyes widened with surprise, and she spoke when the light disappeared shortly later. You're quite the lucky one, young girl. Huh? What do you mean? Yu Rou asked her. The divine crystal of heavenly fortune just measured your fortune and fate, and you are apparently deeply connected to someone with a heavenly destiny, said the female disciple. I'm sorry, but I still don't understand. Yu Rou spoke with an apologetic smile on her face. Visit Light Novel Pub. See // OM for the best novel reading experience. It's okay because I don't understand it either, and I'm only telling you what my master told me to say. The female disciple said with a straight face. Your master? Yu Rou looked around, but there was nobody else there. Ah, my master is on the 3rd floor, and he is speaking to me using his divine sense. Anyway, you are qualified to buy techniques on the 2nd floor. The disciple said to Yu Rou before turning to look at Xiao and continued. You are next. Xiao did not immediately place her hands on the crystal ball and stared at the female disciple with narrowed eyes, seemingly in a deep ponder. Is something the matter? Yuan asked her. No, Xiao is fine. She quickly responded before placing her small hands on the crystal ball. The divine crystal of heavenly fortune glowed a similar golden color a few seconds later, perhaps even a little brighter than Yu Rou's result, but there was a hint of black within the center of the light. The female disciple spoke after the light disappeared. Just like the previous young lady, you're deeply involved with someone with a heavenly destiny. However, you also updated from Light Novel Pub. /com when the female disciple noticed the subtle killing intent in Xiaohua's eyes, she immediately stopped speaking with a mysterious smile on her face. After a moment of silence, the female disciple turned to look at Yuan and continued as though Xiaohua did not exist. It is very rare for someone to have connections to someone with a heavenly destiny, much less 2 of them at once. Although it may not seem like it, my heart is beating in anticipation for your results, young man. Heavenly destiny. You have mentioned this word a few times now, but what exactly does that mean? Yuan asked her. Well, to put it in simpler terms, there are people who are destined to create massive waves that will greatly affect the world one way or another. There are multiple ranks of destiny, like minor destiny that will only affect the lower realms and major destiny that will affect the higher realms, and the highest level of destiny is the heavenly destiny. Only powerful individuals that will affect every realm under the heavens will bear such a destiny. The female disciple explained to him. Is that so? Yuan nodded. While he understood the concept behind it, he didn't understand the real meaning behind having such a destiny. So both Yu Rou and Xiaohua will be involved with someone like that. Huh? I wonder who this person is. Yuan pondered to himself as he placed his hands on the divine crystal of heavenly fortune. The moment Yuan touched the divine crystal of heavenly fortune, the crystal ball trembled violently before exploding into many pieces. Ah! The female disciple cried out in a startled voice when the divine crystal of heavenly fortune suddenly exploded. Are you okay? What happened just now? Yuan asked her in a surprised voice. Follow current novels on Light Novel Pub. Calm. I am not injured, but the divine crystal of heavenly fortune. The female disciple looked at the shattered crystal with a terrified look on her face, as she has never experienced something like this before. A master, the divine crystal of heavenly fortune, it exploded. The female disciple lifted her head towards the ceiling and spoke to the empty air. A moment later, the female disciple spoke again and with a dazed expression on her face. Oh, really? You want me to bring him to you? I understand. The female disciple nodded before looking at Yuan again. My master would like to speak with you. Hearing her words, Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed in a depressed voice. I'm going to have to pay for destroying the divine crystal of heavenly fortune, aren't I? And no, that's not it. It wasn't your fault that the divine crystal of heavenly fortune exploded. I think. Anyway, I don't know why, but my master would like to speak with you. The female disciple said to him. Can we go with him? Yu Rou suddenly asked. I'm sorry, but my master only asked for his presence. She responded with an apologetic smile. The source of this content is Lighten/Ovalpub. C/OM, however. Xiao Hua grabbed Yuan's sleeves with a stern look on her face. Seeing this, the female disciple said with a smile on her face, You can relax, little girl. We won't do anything to him. But alas, Xiao Hua did not move a muscle and continued to grab onto Yuan's sleeves. It's okay, Xiao Hua. I want you to protect Yu Rou in my stead when I'm gone. Yuan said to her. Make sure nobody bullies her, okay? Okay. Xiao Hua eventually released his sleeves and watched Yuan disappear with the female disciple shortly later. Are you okay, Xiao Hua? You have been acting weirdly ever since we entered this building, Yu Rou asked her. Xiao Hua is fine, she said to her, and she continued a moment later, but that girl, she's a very powerful cultivator that shouldn't exist in this lower heaven. Chapter 71, Translucent, Dew of Flawlessness. Huh, what do you mean by that? Yu Rou asked Xiao Hua, as she was unfamiliar with such terms. That girl with the disciple robes, just now, is a cultivator at the Spirit King realm. And unless she also has a legacy to fulfill, she's an existence that shouldn't be in this world. The lower heaven, Xiao Hua explained to her. Spirit King, lower heavens? Yu Rou shook her head, still confused about what Xiao Hua was trying to say. Anyway, let's look around the first floor before we go to the second floor, Yu Rou said. Xiao Hua nodded and followed Yu Rou, as she didn't need to learn any new techniques for herself. Meanwhile, Yuan and the female disciple had just reached the second floor. What is your name, young man? I am called Zhu Yueying, said the female disciple. Yu Tian, he responded. Oh, that's a nice name, she nodded with a smile on her face. Anyway, before you meet my master, you should know a few things about him. First and foremost, my master is a very outgoing individual, but do not feel too comfortable around him, and most importantly, do not show any sign of disrespect, or else you will dearly regret it. Visit Lighten/Ovelpu/B.com for the best novel reading experience. I don't think I will have a problem with that, Yuan said, as he wouldn't disrespect anyone without a good reason. Good. Then the next thing you should know about my master is that he has very keen eyes for everything. So do not lie to him, because he will know, Zhu Yueying continued. If you don't feel comfortable with answering his questions, you should just remain silent, as that is better than being a liar. Is he going to question me a lot? Yuan asked. I don't know, she casually shrugged. Is that so? After navigating around the second floor for a few minutes, they reached the staircase for the third floor. However, there were two guards standing by the stair with a semi-transparent barrier that blocked their access to the third floor. Master wants to speak with him, Zhu Yueying said to the guards. What? The master is willing to meet with a stranger? The guards looked at Yuan with wide eyes, wondering what was so special about him. Updated from Lighten/Ovalpub.com. Since it's the master's request, go ahead. One of the guards then snapped his fingers, and the barrier blocking their path began disappearing. A moment later, they were free to enter the third floor. This is the third floor? Yuan expressed surprise after seeing the third floor, which was only large enough to fit two 5-meter-long bookshelves on each side and surprisingly empty, as there were barely books on these bookshelves, enough to be counted with one's hands. My master is waiting for you at the other side of that door. Zhu Yueying pointed to the door at the end of the small room that emitted a profound feeling. Yuan swallowed nervously before walking towards the door that gave him the chills. He then opened the door, and to his surprise, there was only darkness behind this door. I'm supposed to enter this? Yuan turned around to look at Zhu Yueying, who nodded with a smile on her face. Don't worry, it's only a portal that will take you to my master, who is in a place so far away that the only way you can meet him is through teleportation. This content is taken from L/Itnovelpub. Yuan narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit uncomfortable about the weird atmosphere and the whole situation. What if they were trying to trick him, just like what happened at the demonic spider's silent cave? However, as Yuan was wondering whether to trust them, an ancient voice resounded in his head. It isn't polite to make the seniors wait so long, young man. And right as the voice ended in his head, a powerful force appeared from beyond the door, sucking him inside the darkness. Ah! Yuan screamed out loud as his body was tossed into the darkness, feeling like he was falling constantly through an endless hole. The falling sensation lasted for a good minute before the darkness suddenly vanished, replaced by a bright light. Yuan looked around, and to his surprise, he was surrounded by clouds. And when he looked down, he saw a vast world, one that stretched to the horizons. You have discovered? What the heck? Where am I? What happened to the technique store? Yuan exclaimed his shocked voice as he continued falling from the sky. The source of this content is lie////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// cried out loud. Ha ha ha! Calm down, young man from another world. You won't die. A similar voice suddenly resounded beside Yuan, causing him to turn around. You are... Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw a healthy-looking old man with long white hair and a long beard falling beside him. The old man suddenly waved his sleeves, and as though gravity had stopped working, their body immediately stopped falling. Come with me. The old man began flying away, and Yuan could feel an invisible force pulling him along. A few minutes later, they landed on this small floating island that had a beautiful jade table in the center and 2 jade chairs beside it. Follow current novels on lig/tnav/lpub/com. Once they landed, the old man immediately walked to one of the chairs and sat down before taking out a teapot and 2 teacups. Sit down, young friend. The old man gestured to him in a friendly manner. Although Yuan was still trying to make sense of the situation, he sat down as instructed. Try this. The old man handed him one of the teacups. Tea, thank you. Yuan accepted the teacup without thinking and looked at the transparent liquid in the cup. If he hadn't seen the ripple on the surface, he would have mistaken it as an empty teacup. The old man then pulled the teacup towards his own lips before chugging the cup of liquid in an instant. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. Yuan followed the old man's actions and drank the transparent liquid. Wow, Yuan could feel a refreshing feeling flow down his throat before it expanded in his stomach, and then the rest of his body, feeling almost like an explosion had occurred within his body. You consumed a translucent dew of flawlessness. Impurities will now be cleansed from your body. A few seconds after consuming the translucent liquid, sticky black substances could be seen oozing from every pore on Yuan's body, filling the place with an intense smell that resembled the smell of rotten eggs and many other unpleasant smells. Whoa, what is happening to me? Yuan stood up in a panic after seeing this scene. Your body is currently discharging the impurities within your body. One must reach the Spirit Grandmaster realm before they can start cleaning the impurities within their body. But the translucent dew of flawlessness will help you achieve that regardless of your cultivation, and it will continue to protect your body from collecting any more impurities in the future, so that you don't have to waste time manually discharging the impurities within your body after every breakthrough. The old man explained to him in a calm voice. The translucent dew of flawlessness is a rare treasure that will be very beneficial to you and your future cultivation. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. C/OM. I don't really understand it, but thank you for giving me such a treasure, senior. Yuan bowed to him with his body nearly covered in impurities. No need to thank me, as this is but a small token for making you come all the way to this place. The old man smiled. A few minutes later, once Yuan discharged every drop of impurity that was contaminating his body, the old man waved his sleeves, creating a powerful wind that blew away the impurities and the awful smell. You have cleaned every drop of impurity within your body, obtaining a refined body. You have gained the title Untainted Body. Description: having an untainted body Your cultivation speed will increase significantly as long as you keep your body clear of impurities. How do you feel, young man? The old man asked him afterward. I don't know how I should describe this refreshing feeling. It feels almost like I've been reborn, Yuan said while staring at his own palms, feeling incredibly light and energetic, even powerful. Rebirth, huh? That's a good way to describe it. The old man nodded before pointing at the seat. This content is taken from lie/novel/pub. // Once Yuan was seated again, the old man spoke. I know you're wondering why I brought you to this place and where we are. So let's get that out of the way first. First of all, this place is not a location from where you came from, the lower heaven, or anywhere in the world for that matter. It is its own world, another dimension, so to speak, hence why I was able to bring you here without much trouble. Now, as for why I brought you to this place, it's simply because I want to know more about you, young man who destroyed the divine crystal of heavenly fortune with his destiny. Huh? Yuan looked at the old man with wide eyes. So he really was responsible for destroying that treasure. However, before we continue, why don't we introduce ourselves? The old man spoke, and he continued, most people address me as Master Bai, but you can just call me Senior Bai. Yuan nodded and said, my real name is Yu Tian, but I am also known as Yuan. Yu Tian, huh? Senior Bai nodded his head before continuing. Now then, continuing with the matter. The reason why the divine crystal of heavenly fortune exploded after trying to read your fortune is simply because it could not read your destiny, hence why it exploded. Huh? Yuan looked at him with his eyebrows raised in a puzzled manner. What does he mean by that? Chapter 72, An Unknown Destiny. The divine crystal of heavenly fortune is a very powerful treasure that can read one's fortune and destiny, and depending on the importance of their destiny, they are given a rating. There are countless geniuses in this world who have the ability to change or create history, but very few of them will be given a minor destiny. Then we have the major destiny, geniuses who will affect the heavens to a certain extent. Someone with a major destiny will appear every 10,000 years. Senior Bai explained to him the functions of the treasure he destroyed. As for the final rating, Heavenly Destiny, there have been only 13 people who were given such a destiny ever since the ancient times, and every single one of these individuals had greatly affected the world so much that they were given their own era. However, not many people know this. But there's actually another rating beside the three I just explained, and there's no name for such a destiny, hence why I just call it the Unknown Destiny. The Unknown Destiny is the only destiny the divine crystal of heavenly fortune cannot read or sometimes mistake as a heavenly destiny. And in the cases where the divine crystal of heavenly fortune cannot read a destiny, it will explode. After the lengthy explanation, Senior Bai gave Yuan a moment to digest the information before continuing. Ever since the ancient times. No, ever since the first cultivator learned to cultivate, there have only been 2 other individuals other than yourself that have had an unknown destiny, and I want to know what kind of person you are as the 3rd person to have an unknown destiny, hence why I brought you here. I see, but what do you want to know about me? I have lived an insignificant life for the majority of my life, so I don't think you'll find anything interesting about me, Yuan said to him. Your life experiences don't matter to me. What I want to know is your ambitions, why you decided to become a cultivator, and what keeps you on the cultivation path, Senior Bai said to him. My ambitions? Yuan lifted his eyebrows before speaking in a calm voice. Honestly, I don't have any ambitions, and I only want to enjoy this beautiful world with my little sister and hopefully make some friends. You have no ambitions? That's quite hard to believe, as every cultivator has a dream. Despite expressing his doubt, Senior Bai was unable to sense any lies from Yuan's clear gaze. The source of this content is li/knov/ulpa. Come, although I may not have any ambitions, I do have a dream. However, this dream is not something one can achieve just by working hard for it, Yuan said with a bitter smile on his face. Oh, Do you mind clarifying? Senior Bai asked him with his interest piqued. In the cultivation world, there is almost no dream that cannot be attained through hard work. What about a person who was born without legs and dreams of walking? What about a blind man dreams of seeing again? Yuan asked him, do you think those kinds of dreams could be achieved? Ha ha ha. Senior Bai suddenly laughed out loud before speaking. And here I was wondering what you were going to say. So what if one is born without legs? They can simply grow some with the help of treasures. The same goes for blind people. I know over a dozen medicines and treasures that can cure blindness. Yuan was speechless. They can do that in the cultivation world. However, even if that was the case, this was only a game, and once he logs off, this so-called cultivation world will cease to exist. Anyway, what about becoming a cultivator? What drove you to walk the cultivation path? Senior Bai then asked him. Well, it kind of happened by chance. Yuan spoke before briefly recalling how he became a cultivator. Chance? Nonsense. You are someone with an unknown destiny. Everything that happened to you or will happen to you in the future, everyone that you have met or will meet in the future, it was predetermined by fate before you were even born. Senior Bai said before continuing. Then why do you continue to cultivate? If you didn't choose this path, why don't you quit? Because I have learned from a friend that strength means everything in this world. And without strength, I could lose everything that's important to me. Hence why I continue to cultivate and continue to grow stronger, as I wish to explore this world with those who are dear to me without losing them. Updated from lightnovelpo/b/com. Cultivating to protect those important to you, huh? Despite hearing similar words from cultivators countless times throughout my life, I can only respect one's desire to protect their loved ones. And your friend is right. The cultivation world is an unforgiving world that preys on the weak and rewards the strong. If you wish to explore this world, you must have enough power. Senior Bai spoke as he profoundly caressed his long white beard. After a moment of silence, Senior Bai said, I have a firm understanding of your character now, but people can always change, and I can only hope that you do not change too much. By the way, if you don't mind me asking, do you have a unique physique? I can feel a profound feeling from your body, but I have never felt such a feeling before. Senior Bai suddenly asked, my physique? I have something called the heaven refining physique, he casually responded. Heaven refining physique? Senior Bai suddenly cried out loud as he stood up with a shocked expression on his face. Yuan looked at Senior Bai with wide eyes, as he didn't expect such an intense reaction. After a long moment of silence, Senior Bai cleared his throat before sitting back down. I see. So you're the person she met. Visit li/tnovelpub/ for the best novel reading experience. What do you mean, Senior Bai? Yuan asked with his head tilted in a puzzled manner. And nothing. I was just talking to myself, Senior Bai quickly said with an awkward smile on his face. Anyway, I don't dare to keep you in this place any longer, little friend. If fate allows it, we shall meet each other again. Almost as though he was in a hurry, Senior Bai waved his sleeves, enveloping Yuan with his spiritual energy before sending Yuan flying towards the heavens. A few moments later, Yuan was surrounded by darkness again, but he was falling in the opposite direction this time around. After sending Yuan back to the portal, Senior Bai stared at the sky with a dazed look on his face. So his name was Yu Tian. To think I'd meet the genius with a godly physique that woman met in this place. As expected of someone with an unknown destiny. I would have given him a few techniques and some treasures to help out his journey, but alas, after standing in the same spot for an unknown amount of time, Senior Bai sighed in an annoyed tone. I should probably let her know about our meeting or she'll think I'm trying to steal him from her or something. Welcome back, Yu Tian, Wang greeted him after he returned to the skills store. How was your meeting with my master? Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. I don't know how I should describe it, he said with a weird smile on his face. Everything just happened so fast. Then what did you two talk about? She then asked. He asked me about my dreams and why I decided to be a cultivator. That's it? Wang looked at him with raised eyebrows. Yes, he said. Zhu Yuwing turned silent. Why would her master call him for something casual like that? She couldn't comprehend it. Anyway, since you have already spoken with my master, he'll leave you alone to look for skills now. Ah, you are allowed to buy a technique from any floor, she said to him a moment later. I understand. Since I'm already here, and there doesn't seem to be much technique up here, I'll look around this floor first before I reunite with the others. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub /. Zhu Yuwing nodded and left him alone on the third floor shortly later. Yuan began looking around the third floor, but with only 2 bookshelves and a dozen techniques, it didn't take long for Yuan to see everything on the third floor. And out of the dozen techniques on the third floor, there was only one technique that he could learn, as it was related to the sword. Demon Sealing Strike. What a powerful sounding technique. Yuan mumbled the name of the technique with a feeling of awe. He then opened the technique and began looking through it. A few minutes after Yuan began reading the technique, he unknowingly entered a trance, which allowed him to indulge in the technique as though he was in his own world. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a notification appeared before him. You have learned Demon Sealing Strike. For more, visit light/no/v/lpub. Demon Sealing Strike. Rank, Heaven. Mastery Level 1. Description: consumes 1 million chi. Must wield a sword to activate. An ancient sword technique used to seal demons. Oh no, I learned the technique without paying for it again. Yuan face-bombed himself afterward. And it's even a heaven-ranked technique. I hope I can afford it with my remaining gold, or I'm going to have to borrow the difference from Xiao. He sighed. Meanwhile, above the sky, another announcement appeared. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to have learned a heaven-ranked skill. Congratulations! This content is taken from lightnovel.com. Chapter 73 Windblade. After Head accidentally learned the heaven-grade technique from the third floor, Yuan walked downstairs with a guilty expression on his face. What's the matter? You don't look so good. The guards noticed his expression and decided to speak to him, wondering if something unpleasant had happened during his meeting with their master. I was just wondering how much this technique would cost if I were to buy it. Yuan showed them the Demon Sealing Technique. The Demon Sealing Technique, huh? That one of the rarest and more powerful techniques one can find in this store. And it's even a heaven-grade technique, so it'll be quite costly. Yuan immediately began sweating profusely after hearing the guard's words. If I recall correctly, this technique should be worth around 300 million gold coins. 300,000,000 gold coins? Yuan cried out loud, nearly collapsing from fright. If the Demon Sealing Technique is really worth 300 million gold coins, he wouldn't be able to buy this technique, even if he had borrowed all of Xiao Hua's money, and it would require him to sell about 10 heaven-grade treasures to have enough money for the purchase. 300 million gold coins, it's impossible. I cannot pay for this. Yuan thought to himself. For more, visit lightnov.com/lpu/b. While it pains him to even think about it, he'll have to skip this purchase, even if it is considered theft that he learned the technique without paying for it. I'm sorry, Yu Rou. Even though it was by accident, and it's only a game, your brother has committed a crime and is now a criminal. He sighed inwardly. Are you sure you're okay? The guards asked him again, as they were confident that something was bothering him. No, I'm fine, really. Yuan sighed as he turned around and began walking back upstairs. Where are you going, fellow Taoist? The guard asked. To return this technique. I cannot afford it, he responded in a pitiful voice. The guards exchanged looks with each other before laughing out loud. Ha ha! Is that what you were worried about? Then you don't have to worry, since you don't have to pay for that technique. What? Yuan immediately stopped walking to look at the guards with his eyes wide with disbelief. What do you mean, I don't have to pay for it? He asked them. Visit lightnov.com/lpub/com for a better experience. I guess our senior sister forgot to tell you about this, but those who qualified to step onto the third floor are allowed to take one cultivation technique for free. Are you serious? Yuan looked at them with a doubtful gaze. Who in their right mind would give away something worth 300 million gold coins for free? Why would we lie to you? If you don't believe us, you can ask our senior sister or whoever is at the reception, said one of the guards. Though, they'll just tell you the same thing. Thank God. Yuan suddenly released a deep sigh of relief, feeling like he had narrowly escaped punishment after doing something bad. Even though it's for free, you need to make sure to check it out at the reception. The guards then warned him. I will. Thank you. Yuan left the place shortly later to look for Yu Rou and Xiao. How large is this place? Yuan was at loss for words after realizing just how much larger the first and second floor was compared to the third floor. Follow current novels on li/tnov/ulpub//. Comment after walking around for a solid half an hour, Yuan was finally able to reunite with Yu Rou and Xiao on the second floor. Brother, you're back, Yu Rou said to him. Sorry for leaving you two like that, he said. Brother Tian, are you okay? Xiao was looking at him with her eyes as wide as saucers. Yuan had only been gone for an hour at most, yet there was something vastly different about him. HM? Yes, I am. Why are you asking? There's something different about you, she said. Oh, that's because I just removed all of the impurities in my body, he said with an innocent smile on his face. You what? Xiao exclaimed. The source of this content is li//tnov/elpu/b. Cultivators can only start discharging the impurities within their body after entering the Spirit Grandmaster realm, and it usually requires years of effort before they can remove all of the purities within their body. However, Yuan had only been gone for an hour, and he somehow managed to remove all of the impurities within his body. There is only one treasure in this world that she knows of that could possibly achieve such a miracle: the translucent dew of flawlessness. However, such a treasure should not exist in the lower heavens. Hell, the translucent dew of flawlessness is considered a peerless treasure even in the higher realms, as it not only removes all impurities within one's body, but it will also prevent their body from building up more impurities in the future, allowing one to save a magnitude of time in their life, since they no longer need to manually remove their impurities anymore, which takes time and effort that could be used towards cultivating instead. Jay, just who did Brother Yuan meet? Xiao asked him. Some senior surname Bai, he said. Was he the one who gave you the translucent dew of flawlessness? Yes. He said it was a small token for taking up my time. Yuan nodded. Xiao was speechless. Just who in the world would be rich enough to give away such a valuable treasure for such a reason? The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov/elpub. Come. Anyway, how has your search been going? Did you find any techniques that suit your taste? Yuan asked Yu Rou some time later. Well, although there are not many skills that can be used with a fan, I have managed to find a skill that could be useful. Yu Rou showed him the scroll she had in her hand. Wind blades. A mortal rank technique that summons wind blades that cut foes from a distance. Yuan looked at the title and description, not daring to read the content inside, fearing that he might accidentally learn it. This way, once I get my own servant, he'll be able to support it from a distance without being in the danger zone, Yu Rou said to him. I see. This technique is really fitting for you, Yuan said as he handed the technique back to her. What about you, brother? Did you find a technique yet? Yu Rou then asked him. Yeah, I did. It's a sword technique, he said. What about you, Xiao? You have been following me the entire time, so you didn't get any chance to look around. Yu Rou turned to look at her. Follow current novels on li/getnovelpub. C/OM. Xiao doesn't need any new techniques. She shook her head. I see. Then let's pay for our techniques and leave this place. Are you sure you only want one technique? I think ITLL be better if you have a few more. Yuan said to Yu Rou. Are you forgetting something, brother? Yu Rou said to him with a slight frown on her face. What am I forgetting? He raised an eyebrow. Yu Rou continued. You may be able to learn techniques very quickly, but I don't have your talent, so ITLL take me days, even weeks to even learn a single technique. What am I going to do with a bunch of techniques that I don't have the time to learn? And you have already spent enough money on me. I can't let you spoil me too much, or you'll really start feeling guilty about it. I understand, Yuan said. Sometime later, they approached the cashier to pay for their techniques. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Come. Thank you for visiting our myriad of techniques. How may I help you today? A young man greeted them from behind the counter. Yes, I would like to purchase these techniques. Yuan placed his demon sealing technique and Yu Rou's wind blade onto the table. Yes, right away. The young man picked up Yu Rou's technique first and said, "This will cost 200,000 gold coins." 200,000 gold coins? Why is it so expensive? It's only a mortal rank technique. Yu Rou exclaimed. Even Yuan was shocked by this unexpected price. Why is this technique so expensive compared to the techniques Head brought? I don't know what to tell you, young lady. Martial techniques, such as this wind blade, are very rare and powerful and usually worth this much. And it's a technique from the second floor. In fact, our myriad of techniques is very affordable and cheap when compared to most stores out there with our pricing. If you went to another store, they would probably charge around 300,000 gold coins for this technique. Though, if you want something cheaper, there are many techniques that cost less than 1,000 gold coins on the first floor, with some costing even less than 100 gold coins. No way. Yu Rou sighed before turning to look at Yuan. It's okay, brother. We'll just look for something cheaper on the first floor. Visit lightnovelpu /b//com for a better experience, however. Yuan said, It's okay, Yu Rou. If you want this technique, I'll buy it for you. And before you say anything to me, I already know what you're going to say, but I won't change my mind, so just keep quiet and nod your head. After hearing his words, Yu Rou, who was about to persuade him, slowly nodded her head with a dazed look on her face. After listening to the siblings' conversation, the young man behind the counter went to pick up the technique Yuan had picked. However, when he saw the name of this technique, his eyes widened with shock, and he turned to look at Yuan with deep respect in his eyes. Chapter 74, Feeling Pain. The Demon Sealing Technique. This is a technique from the third floor, and it's even the most powerful one. The young man looked at Yuan with a feeling of deep admiration in his gaze, as only the top geniuses with at least a major destiny are qualified to step onto the third floor. However, while the demon sealing technique is an extremely powerful technique that can seal even the strongest of demons with a single move, it is also extremely hard to learn, and it will take even top geniuses many years to even grasp the surface of this technique, hence why most people avoid it. This technique will be free of charge, esteemed guest. The young man said to Yuan with a smile on his face. What? Free of charge? Yu Rou exclaimed with disbelief on her face. How come she has to pay 200,000 gold coins for her technique, whilst Yuan won't be charged even a single coin? That's outrageous. Yes, one can receive a technique of their choice for free if they qualified to enter the third floor. Yuan explained to her why he didn't need to pay. Unfair. Yu Rou sighed. Sometime later, Yuan paid the young man 200,000 gold coins for Windblade, leaving only a little over 200,000 gold coins for himself. If I keep spending money at this rate, my wallet won't last, and it'll run out of money before Yu Rou returns to school. Yuan cried inwardly. However, no matter how much it might pain his heart or wallet, he won't be humble when it comes to helping Yu Rou. Thank you for your purchase, esteemed guests. Follow current novels on lightnov/l/pub/. The young man handed the techniques back to Yuan, who then handed the wind blade to Yu Rou. Thank you, brother. Yu Rou accepted the wind blade with an ecstatic expression on her face. Sometime later, they left the myriad of techniques. Although I won't be here for long, I hope to see you again in the future, Taoist Yu Tian, Zhu Yueying said to him at the entrance. Yes, thank you for everything, too. Yuan nodded at her. After leaving the myriad of techniques, Yuan asked Yu Rou, what should we do now? It's getting late, brother, and it's almost time for dinner, so we'll stop here for today. Okay, I will see you on the other side, Yuan said. Yu Rou logged off a few seconds later. This content is taken from li/to/novel/pub. C/om. We'll be back tomorrow, Xiao. Xiao nodded and disappeared into his necklace. Yuan also logged off shortly later. What the heck? Yuan immediately frowned after logging off, as a strong smell that resembled rotten eggs suddenly assaulted his nose. What's this smell? It smells like shit. Yuan felt like puking, but then he realized something. Updated from li/gitnovelp //up. Wait a second, this smell? I have smelled this awful smell before. Yuan suddenly recalled the impurities his body had discharged. However, that only made him more confused. Why would he be smelling something that had experienced in the game? A moment later, the door opened, and Yu Rou walked in his room. Brother, here I am, brother. Are you okay? Yu Rou suddenly shrieked in a terrified voice shortly after entering his room. What happened, Yu Rou? Yuan was startled by her shouting. Why does this room smell so awful? And were those black gunks sticking to your body? Yu Rou exclaimed. Be black gunks. Yuan immediately turned speechless after hearing her words. Although he couldn't see his own body, in Yu Rou's eyes, his body was pretty much submerged in this black gunk, looking like someone had poured a bucket of waste on him. For more, visit lig/to/novelpub. Please wait for a minute, brother. I will be right back. Yu Rou immediately ran back outside to look for the servants. Meanwhile, Yuan was pondering with a serious frown on his face. Black gunk. Impurities? No, that shouldn't be possible. Why would my real body discharge impurities when it happened in the game? But this awful smell is exactly like the impurities in the game. Yuan pondered and pondered, but he was unable to find an explanation for this phenomenon. What if what happens in the game also affects the real world? Yuan mumbled in a low voice before turning silent again. A moment later, he laughed. Ha ha. What nonsense am I thinking? There's no way that's possible. If that was the case, wouldn't I also be able to cultivate in the real world? After laughing for a few seconds, Yuan suddenly stopped laughing and mumbled to him. Well, it won't hurt to try. Yuan took a few deep breaths as he would before cultivation, and he tried to recall the technique Heaven's secret art. A moment later, almost as though it was embedded inside his memories, the scripture appeared inside his head. However, just because he can remember the contents of the technique does not actually mean he'll be able to use it. A few more moments later, Yuan took another deep breath before he started reciting the cultivation technique, consuming heaven technique, as though he was cultivating in the game. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, ouch. Yuan suddenly cried out loud after feeling sharp pain appear all over his body, feeling as though he was being stabbed by needles everywhere, which quickly forced him to stop cultivating. What was that? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice, as he wasn't expecting anything to happen. However, to his surprise, his body actually had a reaction when he tried to cultivate. Even though it was unpleasant and very painful, it is still a reaction nonetheless. And wanting to confirm that it was not just his imaginations, Yuan tried to cultivate again. A few seconds later, the same pain occurred within his body. It hurt. It really hurts. Ha ha. It actually hurts. I can actually feel something. Yuan laughed loudly, as it has been a long time since he had felt any profound sensation from his body, ever since it became numb and crippled. Sometime later, Yu Rou returned to his room with a wheelchair and some servants. Visit lightno/velpub/com for a better experience. ****. The servants were caught off guard by the intense smell and began coughing, feeling like they were being choked by the stench. Brother, let's get you out of that bed and clean those black gunk off your body. I have also called for a doctor who will be here shortly to look at your body. Yu Rou said to him as she pulled his body from the sticky impurities with effort, and while ignoring the smell that was assaulting her nose. Once Yuan was seated in the wheelchair, Yu Rou said to the servants. I want this place cleaned up by tomorrow morning. However, keep some of that black gunk for the doctor to examine later. Yes, young lady. The servants bowed to her with respect, not daring to utter a single complaint in her presence. After Yu Rou left the room with Yuan, the servants immediately began to curse under their breaths. What the heck? Why we have to clean after that cripple? What even are these black gunks? It's all sticky and nasty, not to mention its horrendous smell. Follow current novels on Light Novel Pub. /com. This is probably caused by the young master's condition. I have never seen anything like this before, but I won't be surprised he dies within the next few days. Humph. The faster he passes, the better. I feel bad for the young lady, who wasted so many hours of her life tending to him only for him to die like that. While the servants started cleaning the stinky room and the dirty bed, Yu Rou entered the bathroom with Yuan. After taking off Yuan's clothes, Yu Rou used a shower head to rinse the impurities off his body. Once that was done, she began scrubbing his body that was still sitting on the wheelchair with some fragrant body wash. However, because the stench from the impurities was quite strong, Yu Rou had to wash and rinse his body 3 times before the rotten smell could fully disappear. I'm sorry, Yu Rou. Yuan sighed. What are you saying now? I have been washing your body like this once a week for years now. This is not much different except for the smell. Yu Rou said to him, and she continued, I can only hope that it's nothing serious and the doctor can explain what had caused that black gunk to appear. It's sticky and oily like wet slime, but I have never seen anything like this before. The source of this content is lig/tnov/elp/. Me too, Yuan said. While he has an idea of what the black gunks are and why it appeared, he didn't dare to say it to her without confirmation, as he'd only sound crazy for saying such a thing. A few minutes later, after rinsing Yuan's body for the 4th time, Yu Rou said, Give me a moment to rinse myself off. Sometime later, once Yu Rou cleaned the impurities that were sticking to her body, she pulled Yuan's light body off the wheelchair and carried him into the massive bathtub that was right beside them before sitting in the bathtub with him. How do you feel right now, brother? Does it hurt anywhere? While there are no injuries on your body, I am still worried about your condition. Yu Rou asked him while hugging his back from behind. No, I am perfectly fine, he quickly responded. Haa. When I first saw you submerged in that black gunk, I was nearly scared to death, thinking that something terrible might have happened to you. She sighed in relief afterward. However, she still wasn't free of worries, as she still needed to know why his body discharged that black gunk. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.